Because on this day,
In 1943, Eric Idle was born.
A comic genius,
Yes.
particularly when it comes to writing parody songs, or not even parody songs, just comedy songs. Really good stuff. Hey, I have some good news.
Please.
It's personal good news, but maybe you'll be happy for me.
Okay.
I've been losing some weight, by changing my diet and not drinking so much and drugs. And I've gone from severely obese.
You were not
Down
severely obese.
Yes, according to this chart, I was from severely obese, and I was just barely into the
Borderline severely obese?
No, I was in there, but just barely. I just barely had crossed into that severely obese. And I just found this out this morning, so I was excited to share this. But now I've gone from severely obese, and then I went to moderately obese, and now I weighed myself this morning and then looked at these charts, and I went, I'm just overweight.
Oh, well, so
just
normal.
overweight.
So normal.
Yeah, I'm overweight. Maybe I should just live with that.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Do you have to get new pants?
No, I have various degrees of fat.
Arranged?
Yeah. I have various degrees that I have not got. I keep thinking I should get rid of them, but then I thought, well, maybe someday I'll get motivated enough to go from severely obese to just overweight. And I was. And it also made me feel good because I was looking at some pictures of Questlove, and it made me feel really good.
What does that mean?
Well, because he was at the Oscars and he was wearing Crocs.
Oh.
He was wearing Crocs at the Oscars, ladies and gentlemen.
ooh,
Did they have were they
No.
bejeweled Crocs?
No. They were kind of. It looked to me like they were shiny though. So I'm not aware of them, but maybe there are dress Crocs. I'm not. They have a shiny, like patent leather look to them. But my wife pointed it out to me. She said, "Oh, look." She doesn't care for the Crocs either, but
see, honey, he's wearing them.
she doesn't really care for them either. But
Well, that's correct.
there is a whole cult of people who wear Crocs.
Yeah, he's apparently known for his Crocs.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like Post Malone is.
I guess. There's whole articles about like in Vogue. My Oscars red carpet obsession with Questlove's Crocs.
Now, are they shiny? Did I see that right?
They're gold Crocs.
Oh no, that's not the ones I saw. The ones I saw were
maybe
black.
he changed. Maybe because sometimes that happens. You have the red carpet look,
That was out on
and
the
then
carpet.
there's the after party look, and then
Yeah,
there's the
You got to change each time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I suspect that's what happened. Yeah. So, good morning. How's it going?
They call them glitter clogs.
Glitter clogs?
Sorry,
I just
I don't
I'm
get
not.
that.
I'm glitter clogs.
And Crocs came out with a Post Malone, the Post Malone edition of Crocs, like they do basketball, Air Jordans, or there are some Post Malone Crocs, which I couldn't tell you what they look like really, because all Crocs really look the same, except that some of them are different colors.
Now, why do you prefer a Croc to a flip-flop?
I don't necessarily. I don't. Here's the thing about Crocs, though, which people should be aware of if you wear Crocs. It's funny because I got a pair of Crocs and I was looking at the label and it said this and that and this and that, and then it said, if you are wearing these and you are on an escalator, be aware of the fact that they could, if you're not careful, they can get caught in the escalator. And I know this to be true because my son, when he was little, was wearing a pair of Crocs, and we were down at the Gateway, and we were going to go to a movie. and we were going up that escalator, and his Crocs, one of them got caught in the escalator and nearly removed his foot.
I'm surprised because that escalator never works.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's the
stairs.
the
That
one that comes up.
escalator's always-
No, the one that comes up from the garage works.
Oh.
The parking garage works. The one that goes up to the theater generally does not work, or used to not work. I don't know. I haven't been there for a while, but it was kind of scary. I mean, I had to literally like pull him and get him up out of that 1 foot of Croc, and it destroyed the Croc, and it could have been his foot being mangled in there. And so, but there's a warning on the label now. If you're wearing Crocs and you're on an escalator, you're asking for trouble, buddy.
So that's how you know somebody's adventuresome, is if
Yeah.
they just stride confidently over to the.
Well, or they're aware that there can be a problem, and so they're careful. You can ride an escalator with Crocs. You just have to be aware.
I tend to stay away from footwear that comes with instructions or warning labels.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's a
But
good idea.
that being said, because you mentioned flip-flops and Crocs, I have in my possession Croc brand flip-flops,
Well,
I have had those, yeah.
and they're an excellent flip-flop.
Yeah.
However, my wife will not let me wear them out of the house because they have the Crocs logo right on the
Yeah. It's
on the top there, and
unfortunate.
that's to go
bought a-
outside with the dogs. That is all
That's
those are
exactly.
for, right?
I recently just bought a pair of Crocs water sandals. I thought, well, they look like you. I mean, you could just wear them around too. They're kind of enclosed, but they have mesh on them, and so they're meant really for walking through rivers and stuff like that, or boating, and they look pretty good. But if they say Crocs right on them. I said, why couldn't they just leave it off? Because they don't look like Crocs at all.
I work on elevators and escalators. We call escalators meat grinders in our trade.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Yeah.
Yikes!
There. Be careful about that. And but I don't have anything against Crocs. They do look stupid. I mean, I have a pair of black Crocs that I bought because when I went to Mount Everest, the mountaineer that I went with said, make sure you have a pair of Crocs. And I said, what? Why? He said, because there are no, you'll be sleeping in various facilities where there are no toilets. You have to get up and go outside and go to the toilet. And
You
he
don't
said,
want to put on
Yeah.
regular shoes.
slipping on a pair of Crocs is the easiest thing to do. I said, okay, thank you. And I still have that pair of black Crocs.
There's a text. I love my Crocs for gardening. They're perfect. I bet that's a message from Big Croc.
And
Tell
Promoting
them
it.
about the gardening.
don't some people in the medical profession, if they don't feel that they can afford the Dansko clogs that nurses and doctors wear, they can't afford those, but they'll wear Crocs in the operating room. And
Because they're easy to slip on and off.
yeah, and they're really very cushioned, so
And you
they're
can-
comfortable for.
And you can hose the blood off of them. Really
Yeah,
easy.
that
Exactly.
too.
Exactly. I'm wearing sandals or flip-flops right now, but they're not Crocs. They're called Ofo flip-flops, and they're like $70 a pair. But they're really.
You just wear them around the house?
I do.
Well, look at you,
Fancy.
Mr. Highfalutin.
I wore them outside yesterday too, because when I went down to the studio.
You did.
I did. Our reception. Here's what I miss about going to the studio. I don't really know our receptionist there, the new one, Sarah Baylor, is that her name? Sarah. Gosh, what a nice. I mean, man, what a nice person. What a lovely. Just. God, she radiates being nice. And I don't know. I have seen her very seldom. I don't know if I would have recognized her if we were on the street, but I walked in the door and she went, Bill, how are you?
You still work here?
Like we're old friends. It's nice to see you. I said, well, I'm here to pick up a couple things. And she said, no, how have you been? She's just really, gosh, isn't she nice, Katie? She's about the nicest, sweetest person you could.
We've had a lot of really nice receptionists. We've been kind of blessed with that here, but she's definitely very open-hearted. Really, she's just a very sweet woman. Yeah.
Although the sentence "we've had a lot of nice receptionists" is kind of telling. That's because we grind through them.
Yeah,
We
well,
destroy their spirit and they
Wear
go
them down.
elsewhere. Yeah,
Danny and Deja stayed around for a long time.
that's true.
So-
well, Danny's still around, I think.
Every so often she'll come in and she'll cover if Sarah's not here or something.
Anyway, tell Sarah when you see her today how much I enjoyed seeing her yesterday.
I will make sure to mention it.
Okay.
Well, that's some farting around, I'd say.
Yeah, we.
That's,
An elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Crocs can be autoclave sterilized and are easy to disinfect.
That's why I
Again,
like
another message from Big Croc there.
Yes. All right. Shall we get on with the proceedings here?
Yes.
Let's go away for a minute. You can, and while we go away, we're just going away for a minute here. Sometime it's going to be longer, but right now it's just a minute. 877-602-9696 is a number that you can call and check in with us. It's been pointed out to me that no men are listening to this show anymore. Let's prove them wrong, shall we? 877-602-9696. If you don't have, if you're a woman and you want to check in, that's fine. But if you're a guy, check in 877-602-9696, and we'll give you a Radio from Hell tote bag.
That's a manly gift.
Yeah.
Well, but I was going to say, I don't know if we call it a tote bag, that's not manly. Remember, we got to call it a
Truck
Tool
bag. Truck
What?
bag.
truck bag.
Truck bag.
Just put your jumper cables in and
Yeah, all your jumper cable, your jack, your flares. You need flares.
There you go.
That plastic triangle that you put up. All that stuff. That'll all fit in our
a chamois.
truck bag.
Put your chamois.
Sure. Crocs. Put them in there.
I got your chamois right here.
Truck bag. All right. Back after these. X96. We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She hated them.
Now,
The wasabi.
now they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well. Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot,
Now,
but they're flavorful.
now I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac and cheese here, and Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're gonna love
removed
it. You're gonna love it.
from cheese that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean, no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was it
Yes.
4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
Not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter. Now, that's from Holy Grail, obviously.
Yeah.
Eric Idle's birthday. Shasta in New York had not heard the Galaxy song that we played.
Oh.
Ah.
And I said, well, you need to watch this little movie called The Meaning of Life. Mm-hmm. I've never heard of that. And I went, it's actually, I think, funnier than Holy Grail.
Lot of it is very it's smarter, and it's and there are a lot of songs in it.
Mm-hmm. Quite a few.
Yeah, it's great.
Well,
Should
let's
we
get this
officially
over
begin?
with.
Okay, all right. I'm ready.
I'm ready. You know who
Okay.
else is ready?
Who?
Young Automotive Group. They're
Good.
ready.
Good.
They're locally owned. They have 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
With the help of Young Automotive Group, we're going to get on it right now. We're going to tell you that the moon, is 89.9, I think, or 8.9. That's what it is. 8.9% of full. It's almost gone. It's a waning crescent moon. What little bit there is of it will rise today at 6:25 a.m., right about now. Today being Tuesday, it's the 29th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the Radio from Hell show coming to you on National Smoke and Mirrors Day.
Ooh.
Yes, Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie the Magician Jackson. I'm Bill Prestidigitation Allred.
Wow.
And there's Gina, I can pull a rabbit out of anywhere, Barberi. Katie for short is our producer. She's now pulling one out of her décolletage. Isn't that a nice word? Décolletage.
I do like décolletage.
Katie for short is our producer. There she is. Hi, Katie. Katie is wonderful. She keeps our show running smooth. And we also have Miriam and Cameron Diaz, without whom we could not do such a fabulous radio show. All right. Men are checking in.
Yes.
Men.
Let's go to Bob, first of all.
Bob, good morning.
Bob?
Morning.
Morning.
Morning to all three. Hey, just real quick, I had to check in. Been trying to do it the last couple of days.
Mhm.
Had to say happy anniversary from all the way back. Was it Lincoln Avenue in Ogden?
Mm-hmm.
The old-
Gibson.
the old
Gibson
studio.
Avenue. It was Gibson
Gibson,
Avenue.
thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yeah, way back in the day, Bessie the cow, miss
Yep.
her.
Yeah,
Great days, the big ass shows. Everything you guys have done, it's always been comforting in the morning. You get to hear the chuckles. I mean, Eric's birthday, the birthday celebrations you guys put out. Listen to the Elton John coming to work from your guys' station. I mean, there's just been so many wonderful things for so many years that it is really a treat to get to spend that half hour.
You know, you're
just
listing
listen to
you're
some good
listing
stuff.
all the things that everyone says is wrong with our show. Just so you know.
And well, good. I'm one to sit in that corner with you. Then I just
All
wanted
right.
to say thanks.
Thanks, Bob.
Check in. It's been a hoot. It's been a lot of years, and really appreciate it. And keep it going. It's a lot of fun.
Thanks, thanks, Bob. Thanks for mentioning all of the older, funnier things that we used to do.
Bob, hang on the
None of
line.
the new stuff.
Hang on the line, Bob,
Okay.
and we'll get you a truck bag, okay?
Mhm, hang on.
All right. Let's go to Chuck. Hi, Chuck.
Good morning.
Chuck.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, Chuck.
I want you to know that there are manly men out there listening to X96 every morning.
Do you know any?
And, yeah, there was a woman that drove down the street, and I think she was a manly man. This was about 10 minutes ago.
Ah,
Yes.
Chuck, is it all right in your world?
Yeah, mostly everything is all right. If you ignore Ukraine, you ignore
Yeah.
the climate
Yeah.
crisis. If you ignore North Korea,
Uh-huh.
you
Well,
ignore the recession, you ignore the
trying.
value of the dollar.
These are all the things that the
Again,
people who hate our show want us to ignore.
Yeah, they want us to not talk about those things. That's
So, well, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
if you, there is a secret actually to
Oh.
What's
covering stories like that. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's been said that a wise old radio personality came up with this idea that if one is tasked with reading a number of very sad stories,
Yes.
such as Ukraine,
Right. Yes.
North Korea,
Right. Don't go
yada,
through them
yada,
again,
yada.
Chuck. You're making
You
us
get the
sad.
idea. Yeah. But then you end, you pause, and then you end your newscast with, Have a nice day.
That's all it
Hey,
takes.
Chuck. Chuck, I'm gonna try that.
All right.
I'm gonna try that.
You
So
know,
I
it would
would
be
go
fun.
through. I would go through this litany of horrible things that are happening in the world, and then I pause and say, "I'm Bill Allred. Have a nice day." I like
That's right. That's right. You know what would be fun, right?
Well, Chuck, if you want a truck bag, I'm sure that there's someone at the
Oh,
station
yeah.
that can get it for you. Wink, wink. Thank you, Chuck.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sure.
Thanks, Chuck.
All right.
I want
Have
Chuck
a nice
to be,
day.
I want Chuck to
There
be
he
the
goes.
new station voice. I
There
want
he
him to
goes.
be our new imaging.
No, Gina, we don't have time for that. It would take up too much time in the hour.
I love
It's a pioneer of alternative
Yes.
weekend.
Yes, that's what
Playing
I want.
groups like Depeche Mode.
Pause more. You've got to pause more.
That's true. I'm not.
Yeah. Playing
Boingo,
groups like-
boingo. The Cure.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
9 Inch Nails.
Yeah, there you got it.
Nirvana.
Yes. Thanks, Chuck. That's-
he means well.
All right. Let's go to Bradshaw.
Good morning, Bradshaw.
Hi,
Good
Bradshaw.
morning.
Good luck.
I can't follow that.
You know
what
that's-
would be fun?
What?
You know
Because I called to give you guys an idea. You know, the suggestion box is going to bypass you, so I thought I'd bypass that. And,
Okay.
All right. All right.
You know, but I got to follow Chuck.
You can do it. Come on.
Okay, so the troubling times we've been going through lately, I think we need to throw in some blues. So get your buddy, Bad Brad, and have him bring his harp. Maybe a local artist or something. Come and tell stories and play some blues.
Bad Brad Wheeler come and play his jaw harp, his harmonica. Yeah. All right. Well,
Tell
No,
stories.
no, no, no. There we go.
Brad, if you're listening, you want to call up and play us a couple of licks over the phone. That'd be nice.
There he
Well,
is. That's him right here. That's him.
That's great, Bradshaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
day.
See you later.
Thank
Bye-bye.
All right. Traffic, please.
Okay. Well, there's a crash 7th East, 114 South in Draper. It's affecting all areas of travel. You want to avoid that intersection if you can. I don't know if you have this story, Bill. In Woods Cross, there was a pretty serious SWAT situation going on. They have 5 people in custody. It's a month-long investigation involving suspects with a violent history. House has been a major problem for the city, and they've got a bunch of the streets around that in Woods Cross roped off. Well, I think the SWAT situation's over, but it's still an investigation. This is at a home on 7th West there.
Okay. Thank you
Yes.
very much. All right. We will take a break, and we will be back after these X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehigh, who is suffering from Ponfar.
Ah, Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mate and find man who killed parents. Settle down and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehigh. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehi here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snellgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jinsen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehigh Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehigh for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Hey, man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Shh, keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week, though.
Look, just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hansen gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elders!
All right, 6:36, and let's see. Is there any sponsorable content
Will
here?
Smith.
Oh,
Will Smith.
There's more.
The only reason I'm going to sponsor that is because I know he's apologizing. So I think Young Automotive Group will be happy to sponsor Will Smith's apology. Locally owned, they have 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
No, I was just going to say he's a fine actor and move along. That's all. Will Smith publicly apologizing to Chris Rock, of course, after he smacked Chris Rock in the face at the Academy Awards. Smith wrote a lengthy statement on Instagram admitting he was certainly in the wrong for hitting Chris Rock. on stage. Violence in all of its forms is poisonous, he wrote. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are part of the job.
Yes.
But a joke about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line, and I was wrong. I'm embarrassed, and my actions were not indicative of the man I want to be. He said, there is no place for violence in a world of love and kindness. Which world is that, Will? Not sure where that is.
Have you looked
I'd like
around?
to go there.
I would like to apologize also to the Academy, the producers of the show, all the attendees, and everyone watching around the world. I would apologize to the Williams family and my King Richard family. That's the movie he won an Academy Award for. He said, I deeply regret that my behavior has stained what has otherwise been a gorgeous journey for all of us. I am a work in progress. There is every indication that he will, it's traditional that he would give out the award for Best Actor next year. There is every indication that the Academy will say, no, you won't. He will not be afforded that courtesy.
I saw a tweet from one of the bartenders that was working at, and they said it was. They said it was really weird. After the slap, nobody came back to the bar. It was like collectively in the room, everyone went, we probably should all stop drinking for the rest of the night.
Geez, the bar is the first place I would have headed. What's wrong with those
really
celebrities? Jason Momoa, referred to here as Dune star.
No,
Aquaman star.
But he was there for Dune.
But doesn't his character get... Sorry.
He's in it a bit, but, anyway, he definitively stated that he and his estranged wife, Lisa Bonet, will not be getting back together despite rumors that they are reconciling. We are not back together. We are family. We have 2 beautiful children together, but we are not getting back together. That's final. We are not getting back together.
Never, ever, ever getting back
I'm Bill Allred.
together.
Have a nice day. And just if you've got any interest in this, I like the Who. They're just a great band, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it said, watch the Who play "Let My Love Open the Door" at their first concert since the pandemic. And it's the sound quality isn't very good because it's somebody just standing in front there with probably a cell phone. The video is okay, but the sound isn't great.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hollow and everything. But, they're doing "Let My Love Open the Door." And the one thing I would say about that is, if you watch it, is that Roger Daltrey could not be more bored.
Well, because he doesn't sing that song, yeah.
Well, he was singing that song, which I thought was interesting.
It's a Pete Townsend song.
I think Pete is not singing much anymore. I think he's had some vocal problems.
Or hearing. Maybe because of his hearing, he can't hit notes.
Yeah, maybe that's it. But he, if you watch that little piece of video, Roger Daltrey is just, it's like,
he
I don't
even give a care. He didn't even give a care.
I don't care whether I'm here or not. I just as soon not be, I guess.
It's on the Grosse Pointe Blank soundtrack, a fine soundtrack if there ever was one, just so you know.
Well, if you want a COVID test here in Salt Lake, here in Utah, good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck finding one. On a day when Utah reported just 255 new COVID-19 cases, that's 255 people who wanted to be tested, I would think. The state health department has announced they will permanently close most of their testing sites. The move comes as Utah transitions to a long-term response to coronavirus. On Monday, just 225 cases were reported over 3 days. 4 deaths happened, although 2 occurred before February 28th. Health officials said testing is still an important tool for many Utahns, but we're not going to give them. If you want one, you'll have to get one on your own. And I think what they're suggesting is, use the home tests, which are not as accurate. And if you want an accurate test, you'll have to go to your own doctor and pay for it, is what it means.
I'm Bill Allred. Have a nice day.
That's right. A sandstorm down near Cedar City.
Really?
Yesterday. It reduced visibility on I-15 to 0. It blanketed portions of I-15. This was yesterday, Monday. The dust storm was caught on a dash cam around noon by Christian Bonanno. The video showed the storm moving in from the east before completely engulfing his car. I didn't watch this. I'll have to go back and look at it because those things can be pretty dramatic. While the sandstorm was small, visibility was cut to almost nothing for about 30 seconds. The storm cleared and visibility returned. I didn't expect it to be that bad, said Bonanno. He was driving from Cedar City to Hurricane. Visibility went to like 10 feet or less in just a moment. Wow. It was not much fun, he said. Lake Powell continues to disappear.
Yeah.
When are we going to stop calling it Lake Powell?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm thinking I'm going to make a trip down there and see if I can find that pair of sunglasses that maybe they're visible. These were $300 sunglasses.
They're really nice.
Yeah, that I lost in the bottom of Lake Powell, and maybe they're visible. I don't know if we'll continue to call it. We'll call it the Powell Puddle.
Mm-hmm.
And the Glen Canyon Dam is getting closer to losing its ability to generate hydropower.
Wow.
Water managers in the Colorado announced last week that they will stop exploring one proposal to prop up the rapidly depleting levels in Lake Powell. The plan, known as demand management, would compensate farmers and ranchers for voluntarily stopping irrigation on a temporary basis, sending water that would have been used for agriculture to the reservoir. That's what they're talking about up here to try and replenish the Great Salt Lake. A drought contingency plan developed in 2019 by Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming identified demand management as one method that could be used to keep the water level in Lake Powell above 3,525 feet in elevation, which is about a quarter of its capacity. And that's what is needed to protect electricity generation. The reservoir level fell below that target elevation earlier this month. They've got 34 more feet to go.
It doesn't sound like very much.
Before hydropower production becomes impossible. Lake Powell's elevation dropped by 44 feet over the last year, following 2021's dismal spring runoff. And, there are still blockheads in the legislature and elsewhere proposing a pipeline from Lake Powell to St. George to provide water for the growing...
To provide dust?
Yeah. To provide old sunglasses to the St. George area because there's a growing population there. You know what, St. George, what you need to do is put a cap on population growth.
Exactly.
Well, you can't stop people from having kids. Well, no, not a good idea. But you can limit the number of people who move there.
Well, and new building.
You can't pass a law that says you may not move to St. George.
No.
But you could make it so unattractive financially to get housing and to build new buildings for businesses that people would not move there. But we got to grow our economy.
And this whole idea that farmers are going to voluntarily give up their water, I've been there. I've seen this. It ain't going to happen. Yeah. If you want farmers to fist fight, I've seen it about anything.
Yeah.
It's the water rights.
Yeah.
Here's a story for you, Gina.
Okay.
Investigators found 15 thawing body parts of a young woman in black garbage bags in a steep ditch in northern Italy last Sunday. and they were unclear exactly where to start the identification process. It was clear that this person had been dead for months because the body parts had been frozen. They were in the process of thawing. But no immediate missing person search turned up any likely identities. Though her body parts had been frozen and reasonably well preserved, her face had been burned, making it impossible to identify her easily, police said. But 7 of 11 of her distinct tattoos were intact. Now, it said earlier in the story, if you heard me read that, that it was the identification process, they were unclear. It says they were unclear exactly where to start the identification process.
And then in the middle of the story, it became clear?
I think that's a stupid writer.
Yeah.
That's a dumb line.
Yeah.
It was obvious. Here's what we do. We try and track down these tattoos, and they apparently were quite distinctive. Police started trying to match the tattoos to any known photos, posting some of them on missing persons alerts. Within a few hours, she was identified as Italian-Dutch national Carol Maltesi, an adult film actress who worked under the... not Charlotte, Angie. She started her career on OnlyFans during the pandemic, was picked up by several international pornography production houses, and had done several jobs for them.
Now, Blaine in the chat room says, if we learned anything from Sons of Anarchy, you're supposed to take a blowtorch to that tattoo.
That's right.
So you can't identify.
Joe Biden proposed a new budget yesterday, and as part of the budget proposal for fiscal year 2023, the Biden administration is pushing a measure that would ensure that those who make more than $100 million pay a federal tax rate of at least 20% on their income.
How many people make over $100 million? That can't be very many people
including unrealized gains on assets which are currently not taxed. Under the present tax code, growth in the value of assets is taxed only at the time of sale and at lower rates than the highest income tax rates for investments. The rich often borrow against their holdings to build more wealth and fund their lifestyle while avoiding adding to their annual income tax bill. Many have seen their portfolios grow in recent years as the stock market has boomed. How many? I don't know. I'm sure you could find that.
Over $100 million a year.
Yeah. Just look it up. I'm sure that there's a titled the Billionaire Minimum Income Tax. The proposal only applies to the top 0.01% of Americans with more than half the revenue coming from households worth more than $1 billion. It's expected to raise $360 billion in tax revenue in the next decade. This measure would allow the wealthy who are paying less than 20% to spread out the top-up levy on unrealized income over 9 years, so it would still give them a little break. But right now, people who make that much money pay less in taxes than, secretaries and plumbers. And
This affects about 200 people.
It sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah.
Do it.
The Republicans will.
Of course. They're already on the news this morning, saying don't do it.
And one quick story here to end. I have said over and over again, someday I'm going to go to Cracker Barrel. I've never done it.
It's on his bucket list.
I've never done it.
It's not far.
If you're looking for a delicious meal this Easter, go to Cracker Barrel. Let's see. It says if you're a holiday ham lover, you're in luck, because there are 2 options to choose from. The Easter Ham Hot and Serve Feast. It's a spiral-centered ham, sugared ham. It's $149, but it'll feed 10 people. Or you can do the Easter Ham Heat and Serve family dinner. And then there's the Easter Prime Rib Heat and Serve family dinner. So these are complete meals that you can go pick up at Cracker Barrel and take home, so you don't have to do any of the work. I'm going to see if I can talk my wife into it. I'm guessing I can't, but I'll try. I'm Bill Allred. Have a nice day.
Sports weather traffic.
The Final Four is officially set with Duke, Kansas, North Carolina, and Villanova winning their respective regions. When the 4 Blue Bloods won their respective regions on Saturday and Sunday, one bettor ended up making a ton of money. Earlier in March, a bettor placed a $25 wager predicting those exact 4 teams as the 4 region winners. That $25 bet, he now has $43,218. He won't be charged. He's not $100 million a year. He's not one of the 200.
He's not one.
$100 million. But that's a good bet for $25 for. That's why people care about the college basketball. It's all about the betting on the brackets. Let's see. The Jazz are playing the Clippers on the road today. That is the 8 o'clock game, it looks like. And let's look at... So, I don't know. Did you guys get any rain last night?
Not that I know of.
No.
So Terrence could have kept moving well into the evening and would have been just fine.
Mm-hmm. Apparently he got all entirely moved. He's just unpacking today. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't get any here. There's still a 30 to 60% chance of showers today. So I'm going to call that spotty sprinkles. How about?
Works for me.
Go ahead.
Much cooler, though. We're only going to be in the upper 50s today as opposed to the 70s we had over the weekend. 60 to 30% chance of showers tonight, overnight into tomorrow. Then it looks like we have a sunny day Wednesday. Then another chance of a different storm coming through on Thursday, about a 50% chance then. And then we are sunny for the weekend. Traffic, let me refresh this quickly, give you the most up-to-date information. Let's see, we've got crash northbound I-215 approaching the 201 freeway ramps. Vehicles are on the right shoulder. This is near the Maverick Center. Crash 7th East 114 South and Draper. Now, that's been there for a while, and I haven't had an update recently. That could still be causing issues. If you're in that area, it'd be great if you could text us and let us know if that has cleared up yet. Or, of course, you can text us with anything else you're seeing out there. 33986. Just make sure it's safe for you to text. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Gina, according to an article I've been looking up while you were doing the weather and traffic, the Biden tax proposal would affect 700 billionaires. 700 billionaires, approximately.
That's not what I just said. How many people make over? It's a different.
Okay.
Different metric.
A couple of other things. Back to the water rights, where I said farmers will fist fight over.
Yes.
They're not going to voluntarily give up their water to fill up Lake Powell. We get this text. I am a judge in the middle of the state, and I can honestly say the most scared for my own safety I've ever been leaving court was after deciding a contentious water rights case.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they're not going to voluntarily say, here, take it, fill up Lake Powell.
No.
So those people in Las Vegas can have electricity. You know?
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Then the other thing is...
this is Shatner saying happy birthday.
Our old friend Marie Francos, who's been listening, she says, here for more than half of her life.
You're our
birthday,
old friend,
Marie.
but we don't think you're old, Marie.
Not at all.
Let's see. Why are there no cars honking in the traffic music? That would be manly. Oh, just you wait. All right. Well, we will take a break. We will be back. We got round one of your boners on the way and more. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Step into spring with clear vision, no glasses, no contact lenses from Hoops Vision. They do LASIK and PRK procedures that they correct your eyes. You know, it used to be with an astigmatism. If you had an astigmatism, it was kind of iffy to do the proposal. Now they've advanced so that so many people, so many more people can have this procedure. Now, you can save $800 right now with their Spring in Your Step special. So that's $400 an eye. I'd take advantage of it right now. And as Carrie can attest, it's not hard to do this procedure. It's not painful or anything.
No, and what's great about Hoops is that they're tech nerds. They have all the latest technology, and we've seen it evolve over the years, and they've got the best.
So call for your free, no-obligation appointment right now, 877-30-LASIK, or book online, hoopsvision.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who, at the age of 19, have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, wake up.
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Book and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
That's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
let's see. Now, we do have round one of your boners coming up. Just a quick programming note.
Yes.
I have to leave at 8:30.
What?
But I'm not leaving. I'm going to be here in my home studio, but I have to leave the radio show.
What for?
Jury duty.
You're doing your civic duty, Carrie.
So it was a few weeks ago, Gina and I got, I think on the same day, notification, we might need you for jury duty. And then it was like moments later, it was, never mind, we don't need you for jury duty.
But they make you fill out this questionnaire about, how do you feel about being in a room with a bunch of people and deciding a case with COVID? What are your
Not
COVID?
good.
Well, see, I didn't even get that far with the first round. The first time they just said, never mind, we don't need you, it's been settled. And then the second one, I got it, you didn't. I guess they decided they didn't need you at all. I got it, and they said, yeah, we're going to need you. Here, fill out this form. And so I fill out the form, and it's about, they ask you about, are you worried about being in a room with people with COVID? And I went, yes, in capitals,
No.
And then they started asking me about, have I ever been involved with class action lawsuits and things like that? And I forgot. Sue reminded me when I told her. She goes, oh, yeah, we were. I went, really? And I said, yeah, remember we had a class action lawsuit against the Olympic Committee all those years ago?
For what?
I can't remember, but I know that we got, about $300.
Really?
It was a nice dinner, it's a very nice dinner.
So you are not a good candidate for jury duty.
Well, and I, listen, if the world wasn't COVID-y and weird right now, I'd go in and do it. I don't want to be in a small room with a bunch of unmasked people who are probably not vaccinated.
That was one of the questions, though. It said, are you vaccinated? Would you mind being in a room with people that aren't vaccinated? And you could put, yes, I mind. I don't want
and
to
I
do
did.
that.
And I did. But the funniest part of the questionnaire was the last question. It says, final question, tell us something interesting about yourself.
What did you put?
Did you say you do a radio show?
It's on the questionnaire. What's your occupation? What do you do?
Because
I
that'll
put it all.
probably disqualify you.
I put all that there. Now, see, Steph says in that section, I should have said, tell them you wholeheartedly believe in jury nullification. So I just put, I've been reading Marvel comics consistently since I was 8 years old. I don't care. Yeah, there you go. Put that in there. But now they're insisting that I video conference with them at 8:30.
And
So
it's
that-
an
and
all-day
You
thing.
can't be on the show and do that at the same time, I guess.
No, because it's this whole
The equipment,
thing.
yeah.
But
So I have to sit there. Now I had to download another app, one of those meeting apps. So I've got, Microsoft Teams, I've got Zoom, and now I've got theirs. And I'm gonna, and the form says I could be sitting in front of the screen all day.
Because it's jury selection.
It's
They're
just
gonna
jury
select-
selection.
They're gonna. It's like in the regular times they would have had you all come to the courtroom and you would just sit in the courtroom until they get to you to interview you.
So do they recommend that you have like an empty coffee can there that you can pee into? Is that what
They
say?
should.
Please make sure that you have some sort of a catheter device.
Yeah, they should.
For jury selection.
Now, Carrie, you're going to have this same view of you right now.
Yeah, which you can see at x96.com/live.
Maybe you ought to take the killer's mask out.
Well,
of
that's
that.
what I was going to say. You've got the Jason mask on
Rocket.
On Rocket Raccoon.
Maybe you ought to.
No, I'm leaving.
No, make sure that they can see that better.
I'm leaving it.
You've got a samurai sword there. Hold it like in your hand. Like just sit there with a samurai sword, like pointing straight up in the air.
Or I got the RoboCop gun over there. Or I could take my Tom Servo over here, my puppet Tom Servo, and just have him here with me.
Whichever gun you want that would be apropos, and pretend to be cleaning it. Polishing it. polishing it up, and they spit on it a little bit and shine it.
And I just got a text from Wade Taylor,
Yeah.
family law expert. So proud of you for supporting the judicial system. And that was another question. That was another question on the forum. It says, "Do you know any? Are you friends with any cops?" And I said, "No." And it said, "Are you friends with any attorneys?" And I went, "Several, actually."
Yeah, there's so many things there, I think, that'll just disqualify you.
I was upset that they canceled my trial. I didn't want to be disqualified.
Why?
I want to be on a jury. I think it'd be cool.
No,
Ordinarily, like I said, if the world wasn't, crazy and COVID-y, I would not have a problem with this.
My brother-in-law was on a trial, and it had to do with patent rights and property rights and intellectual property and all that thing. And it went on for several days. And I said, "How is it?" And he said, "Oh my God, it's boring."
Oh yeah,
it's just it's all I can do to prop my eyes open. And I'm an engineer. I understand most of this stuff. It's boring.
I want to do it, and that's why they wouldn't want me, because I want to do it.
The only time I was ever, I was going to be on a jury years ago when I was in graduate school, and you had to go to the county courthouse in Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, and I was in the pool. So the attorneys were questioning, and it was about the trial would have been about some guy who had was a jailbreak case. He'd escaped from prison, and they were they caught him and they're going to put him on trial. And they asked me one or two questions, and said nope, next. But I had to be there all day.
And see, the past few times that I've been requested for jury duty, I've wanted to do it, but they, for some reason or another, said nope, not you, go.
The chances that you get an interesting trial are slim to none.
Oh yeah, this one will not be interesting, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, you said you know what it is, right?
Well, they were asking an awful lot of questions about cash settlements from big businesses, and asking me how do you think that big businesses are treated unfairly and things like that.
You should have just said, I've always wanted to stick it to the man.
Corporations are people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting fact about my interesting fact I put when they asked me was I don't like cheese. That was the interesting fact that I put.
That really does sum you up, doesn't it?
By the way, a thing that must go, speaking of that.
Yes.
If you go to a restaurant and it describes an item on the menu, like in detail, like down to the spices that are in it.
Give us an idea of what the item is.
Brussels sprouts.
Okay.
And it has a balsamic reduction, and there's toasted pistachio nuts in with it.
Cranberries.
Cranberry. Very specific.
Yeah.
And you look at that and think, that looks delicious, I would like that. Then you order it, and it comes covered in cheese, which is not mentioned.
A shaving of Parmesan cheese, which they should say. They should say, topped off with a shaving of Parmesan cheese.
It's one thing if it just says comes with a side of Brussels sprouts. Well, then that could be anything.
You would think by now, though, you would think by now that you have learned. You would have think by now that you've learned, no matter what you order. If you order a chocolate malt, say, is there any cheese on that? I don't care what it is.
Because, I don't like...
Oatmeal. Do you put cheese on your oatmeal? Because I don't...
I don't like being that person. I am that person, but I don't like being that person.
I've seen you do it. So do it. Ask every time, no matter what it is. Pancakes.
Yeah.
You don't put any cheese on those, do you?
I would think after all these years that you would develop some sort of cheesy sense that, would be, that would go off.
Well, you would think, but I thought, okay, this is describing everything down to the spices on this, so I think I'm probably pretty safe that there's not cheese on it.
Have you ever known Gina to intuit anything, Carrie? What kind of intuition does she have about anything?
Terrible.
Apparently. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Let's get some trash.
Okay.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. Crash northbound I-215 approaching the 201 freeway ramps. Vehicles are on the right shoulder near the Maverick Center. Up in Syracuse, SR 193 at 3000th West. There's an accident there. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody. Oh, everybody wants to talk jury duty. You want to talk jury duty and not traffic, which means I don't think you're seeing anything out there. Somebody says I-215 northbound West Side Loop has no slowdowns. Thank you for sending that in. That's helpful. 33986 is where you do that. Just make sure it's safe for you to text. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right, we've got Boners Round 1 coming up. Gina, there is no cheese on any of these boner candidates. Boner candidate number 1. This demonstrates extremely very bad judgment. Boner candidate number 2, yeah, my dad was crazy too. And boner candidate number 3, now I have monster lips.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully we have that photo, and you'll be watching it at x96.com/live. All right, we will take a break. We will be back with Boners Round 1 after these X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? But, hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's gonna leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever gonna come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elder.
Mm-hmm. 7:19. And it is time now for round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will have to decide with your vote of these 3 which one goes forward to Boner Fight to get the chance to become Boner of the Day. This is just round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see John Mulaney. He's sober. He has a baby.
Oh.
He's coming to town with his sober baby jokes. April 9th at the Vivint Arena. He was really funny on Saturday Night Live. When,
Was he sober then?
Yes.
So he's still funny even though he's sober.
Yes.
Okay. Boner candidate number 1 here. This demonstrates, very extremely bad, very bad, really bad judgment. A Central Michigan University student was arrested after walking into an event at a residence hall on campus and exposing himself. Andrew Layden walked into the weekly pizza and video game session and walked up to someone and pulled it out, and exposed himself. And the participant in the party who he did this in front of went, "Ew!" Now, why?
That's how I would have reacted. I with an
Now this is now, and then the person reacted in another way too. It was a woman, and why I say, that demonstrates bad judgment on his part, Andrew Layden, the 19-year-old person's part. That does demonstrate, but what makes it extremely very bad judgment is this event was a police event, a weekly campus cop pizza and video game party. They do this every week. People know that it's the cops having a little session where they can have some fun. And this is the guy. He walked in there and just exposed himself to a female police officer. He was, of course, arrested immediately. Officers searched him. They also found LSD and marijuana in his possession. But that certainly is extremely, very awfully bad judgment. Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. My dad was crazy, too. A dad and a dog have touched the nation's heart, it says here, as they were both captured wearing matching cones of shame on camera. The pup, good boy Ollie, was filmed sitting on the sofa alongside the father after having surgery on his eye. In a bid to make Ollie feel better about it and less lonely, the dad put a pink cone around his neck.
Well, why is this a boner? Why?
It's a dog, Gina.
He loves his dog. He's trying to make him feel better. I don't see a boner.
The dog
here.
is not capable of having much more of an emotion than this thing sucks. This thing prevents me from doing dog stuff.
I don't know.
My dad was crazy too. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Now I have monster lips.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up.
The Oscars.
Yes.
And ratings. I have the information about the ratings for this year's Oscar.
Well, that's
telecast.
sponsorable content, if you ask me.
Yes, the Young Automotive Group is locally owned, has 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Layton.
The good news. The Academy Awards drew a larger audience than last year, but the audience was still pathetically small.
Well, they didn't know that there was going to be the excitement and intrigue and
isn't that telling about what the
fights
Oscars
and-
is? They didn't know there'd be something interesting. Interest remained depressed amid disruptions to television and movie watching habits, whatever that means. The 94th edition of the Academy Awards show attracted 15.4 million viewers on ABC. That's a 3.2 rating among adults between 18 and 49, according to a preliminary report from Nielsen. The early results showed a 56% improvement, over last year's Oscar celebration. Organizers have been desperate to reverse the ratings slide for the Oscars. I don't know, if you think about it, it's probably not the program. It's people's interest in the movies that are being nominated. And
No, I mean, if Spider-Man No Way Home or, any of those kind of movies were nominated, your ratings would be higher. But, that's not the point of the Academy Awards.
No.
So you're trying to get people to care about something that they don't care about on a daily basis.
It's why people liked, and I don't know how it is now, but the MTV Movie Awards.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was things like best kiss and best fight scene and best.
It's like I said, just stream it live on a Peacock or something like that, some sort of streaming service. And then the Academy can do what they want and they don't have to worry about ratings,
When President Biden was asked about his comments about Vladimir Putin, saying that he needed to be removed from office, he was asked about that, and somebody said, well, does that mean that you're in favor of regime change in Russia? And President Biden said, no. Have you noticed he does that in speeches several times? Almost every speech he'll do some line or some word where he'll go, but that's not the point. And he'll whisper the line.
That's why that guy that does him now on Saturday Night Live, he does that.
Does he do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really not an effective oratory technique, Joe. But he says his remarks about Putin were not to indicate that there should be a change in U.S. policy. He said, I stand by my remarks that Putin cannot remain in power. He should be out of power. He said, but that is not to say that we're going to go in there and remove him. That's not the point.
They're two different things.
That was not the point of what I was trying to say. 2 years after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the virus has been confirmed in Utah's mule deer population. The Utah Division of Wildlife Resources said it collected blood and nasal swab samples from mule deer. How do they do that? They're closing all the testing stations. I don't. During
These deer have been waiting in line for hours to get their test.
During their recent winter health assessments, while only one nasal swab came back positive for the virus, specifically the Delta variant in a female mule deer in Morgan County, the Wildlife Resources Division says several others had COVID-19 antibodies in their blood, indicating that the virus had made its way into the mule deer population. So now, can we catch coronavirus from deer meat? Not likely.
Unless you're like
Well, you haven't had deer
Sniffing it.
jerky like my deer jerky. Maybe.
No, I mean it's an airborne transmitted
Yeah.
disease, so I don't think you'd get it from
Probably not.
eating your jerky.
Yeah. Now, this really is upsetting to me. From protests against mask mandates to how teachers address history and race, public schools have become a cultural battleground for political and ideological disputes in America. Last fall, 9 titles were removed from libraries of 4 high schools in Utah's Canyon School District. School boards across the country have made similar decisions, removing all kinds of books from their libraries, even books like To Kill a Mockingbird. And, of course, the Holocaust Mouse. Carrie's holding up a copy of that right now. And so that's in schools. And now the American Library Association says they're coming after public libraries now, too.
Yep.
They have tracked 330 incidents of book censorship last fall alone, a rate not seen in decades, according to the National Coalition Against Censorship. And books about LGBTQ people and race and racism are the primary targets of these censorships.
You know,
Although-
there are real problems out there that if you want to, for activism, there's a place to put your activism energy, and this is not something that needs doing.
Yeah, but you cannot rally the troops. Apparently, the Republicans, particularly, but other conservatives, you can't rally the troops with those things. You got to give them what they call the red meat.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to give them red meat, something that they can. What? It's our way of life's being threatened.
You have to create a problem
Yeah.
where there
Oh,
isn't
yeah.
a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Only I can stop that monster from coming over the hill and killing you.
Exactly. Now let's. I'm sorry. I apologize for the political nature of the previous discussion.
And I'm sorry I weighed in because it sounds like I know it all. So I.
I'm not sorry.
So the Beehive State should change its official motto, or it could.
Industry.
According to, that's the motto
That's
now.
what it is.
Is it?
With
It
an
is now,
exclamation
yes.
point.
Yeah, that's our motto, industry. It's one word, because you know what? When they went to the pioneers and said, we've got to come up with a state slogan or a state motto, they didn't have time to come up with anything other than one word because they were so busy. They were so industrious. But this story suggests that maybe we should change it to Utah and chill.
Good Lord.
I love newspapers. I just
That's
love
terrible.
them. And the reason they're saying that is that Utah has been named one of the least stressed states in the entire United States.
I don't believe that.
Nobody asked me.
They base this on work-related stress, money-related stress, family-related stress, and health-related and safety issues. The most stressed states are Louisiana, Nevada, New Mexico, West Virginia, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Texas, Tennessee, and Utah. What? But it says here, Utah state named least stressed in the U.S. Where have I missed this? What have I missed here in this story? And then there's a list of the most stressed states, and I see. I'm sorry.
There's two lists. There's the
It's
most
number
and the
10.
least.
So it goes to number 10, Tennessee, and then it says number 50 is Utah. So,
Yeah.
So that's right.
So
at
it's
the bottom.
allegedly the least stressed.
Yeah.
These people obviously don't live and work here.
And then
we have the largest prescriptions of, Xanax and all of that stuff. People are stressed out here.
And then finally, this story. This year, Pillsbury is welcoming back limited edition Easter cookie dough varieties. This fall's lineup includes bunny shape sugar cookie dough, chick shape sugar cookie dough, and egg shape cut out cookie dough. So I guess when you unroll the dough, it's already cut in those shapes.
So it's a tube.
Yeah.
And that you slice, and so it's like sugar cookie with like a bird in the middle of it.
Okay.
It's round.
So the cookie itself is round, but it's not.
Then there's a chicken or a bunny or
an egg. I see. Yeah. Okay. I'm Bill Allred.
Well, you got a couple more minutes. Wait, you can still. You got a minute or so to bum us out yet.
I'm Bill Allred. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to tell you to have a nice day. Jared Kushner is expected to appear before the January 6th committee this week. It will be interesting to hear what Mr. Kushner has to say, other than I can't answer that I can't answer that under grounds that I might incriminate myself. But hopefully he'll be able to incriminate his wife, Ivanka. That would be the nice thing. Let's see. I should do a timer there on that. That was about 8 seconds of political content, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then this was there's a lengthy story about this, and it's interesting to read in the New York Times. It was called High Rise Hell. It's about a New York skyscraper. It is an old building, 1931. It used to be a bank, but they converted it into apartments. And there are luxury condos in it, and a very nice. It's a 59-story building, and the elevators have stopped working for the most part.
Really?
59 stories.
Good Lord.
And since November, they've been plagued by long elevator outages. It's turned daily life upside down and trapped residents with mobility issues in their apartments. Elevator service is unpredictable and often non-existent for hours at a time above the 15th floor. It goes on to talk about what some of the people are going through. There are people who've had to climb many, many, many stairs. One young software engineer has gotten so used to the hike that he signed up for the 102-story Tunnels to Tower charity climb at the World Trade Center.
Because he trains every day.
Yeah. There's a nurse. She's a 28-year-old nurse. She lives on the top floor. And every day she goes down those stairs from the top and then goes back up at the end of her shifts. She said, I just started crying at one point. I'm young, I'm in shape, I can do it, but it's miserable.
Yes.
Can you imagine how awful that would be? I'm Bill Allred. Have a nice day.
Weather, traffic.
Is it going to be a nice day, though? That's the question. It looks like spotty sprinkles are possible today.
I can't ask people or tell them to have a nice day if you are negative like that, Gina.
No, because I'll be positive because we need the water. So whatever amount of rain we do get, that will be a good thing.
Yeah.
And things have cooled off a little bit. Highs in the upper 50s today. And it looks like tomorrow we'll have mostly sunny skies. Next chance of rain will be about 50% chance happening on Thursday. Traffic, we have a crash, 30th West, SR 193 in Syracuse. We have to go all the way to Syracuse for an accident. That's a good thing that there aren't any others to tell you about other than that one. Now, maybe you're seeing trouble out there, debris, animals running loose, that sort of thing. You can text us if it's safe for you to text 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Here's boner candidate number 3. And now I have monster lips. And she really does.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know, I don't know. Maybe her lips were so thin she really did need lip filler, but I doubt it. It was just a cosmetic procedure and her vanity. But a Pennsylvania woman it was left looking like a Monsters Incorporated character after a botched lip filler injection that caused her lips to balloon up to 8 times their normal size. Do we have the picture?
Yeah, go to x96.com/live, and it's next to the Monsters, Inc. character that they're referencing.
Oh.
After reportedly getting 1 millimeter of filler injected across her top and bottom lips, the technology consultant said that her lips began to swell rapidly. She chalked it up to an allergic reaction to the filler. I looked like the Monsters, Inc. character, she said, referring to the character whose name is Fungus. Doctors reportedly prescribed a week-long regimen of oral steroids, and it did cause the swelling to go down, but it didn't dissolve the filler, and her lips are still sore and still too big. Oh, my. Boner candidate number 3.
It looks like it hurts.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure it did.
Like it's going to burst.
So the whoever the surgeons were, or the doctor was that did this, boner candidate number 3, no, I have monster lips.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, this demonstrates extremely very bad judgment. A man walking into a police officer party and exposing himself to a female officer. No. Boner candidate number 2, yeah, my dad was crazy too. There's a video of a guy wearing a cone of shame because his dog has one on, and he doesn't want the dog to feel. Dogs do not feel embarrassment. I'm sorry.
They do.
No, they
Of course
don't.
they can.
You haven't seen mine going potty at 3
They
in the
look,
morning.
now, I will admit, they look embarrassed when they're going potty. I'm guaranteeing you that they don't feel embarrassed. And boner candidate number 3, and now I have monster lips.
All right. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more candidates, another winner there. Both winners go forward to Boner Dome. One of them will be Boner of the Day. You'll decide with your vote at 9:20. Right now, let's get this position filled from this round 1. Send one of these forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and text that to 33986. I see lots of you are doing that right now. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 29, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1. Let's vote. So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened
In the house?
in the house, and
He's never coming back. He's never coming
it would hear noises outside and be on alert, you know, and it terrified me because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung, and I was just convinced that
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
we did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up
Like a nanny cam?
like a nanny cam in the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around
Well,
the house?
that's what we wanted to know. Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. she barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing, is that it has a motion sensor, so it'll alert me. Motion is detected,
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. Made me very upset.
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you?
No.
No. You don't think so?
No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No.
I don't think that.
I think
I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head, and he stops. I go, don't do that.
Okay. Let's award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Udon Noodles with Pork.
Ooh.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple, adults only.
Well, 20 people thought that maybe the dad with the cone around his head was a boner candidate.
What's wrong with you people? That's fine.
There were then double that number who thought that, who felt sympathy for Monster Lips. And but you can't beat the guy who showed such poor judgment, going into a party that was being thrown by a bunch of cops, which he apparently knew, and exposing himself to a female officer.
That is someone who wants to get arrested.
I guess. Boner candidate number one with over 100 votes wins round one.
Okay, there you go. That is the winner of round one. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We got round two coming up at 8:20. We'll get another candidate there. All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
No, let's just dive right in.
Okay.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
Yes, he is a strange, enchanted boy. Although we can't really refer to Kyle Brown as a boy anymore, can we?
Well,
he's a man. By God, he's a man. He's a little albino man.
Let's stick with boy. I like
Okay.
boy. Let's stick with
And we've known Kyle for a long, long time, and Kyle has developed a serious. Is ALS a disease? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
It affects Kyle's voice because it's a certain kind, bulbar ALS. That's why it sounds like he's drunk. And then on top of that, he does drink a lot. So
No, he doesn't.
I don't know. Kyle, so how are you?
I don't know either. I'm doing great.
What are the what is the progression of the condition? You still sound about the same.
Well, we on the last probably 6 weeks, I've been on what they refer to as a fast slide. So progressing quickly.
Oh, quickly. So it has been getting worse quickly, all of a sudden, within the last week?
Yes. Sometimes with this disease, it can go faster or slower.
Until it doesn't go anymore.
Yeah, and it can go in waves. It might slow down, or speed up. You never know.
And so right now, are you still in that period where you feel it's progressing quickly?
We have been, yeah.
I'm sorry. And that means, okay, your voice sounds pretty much the same, but what does that mean in terms of the other physical attributes?
Like my hand strength is about maybe 20% over normal. So like opening a bottle or a can is pretty tough.
How about flip tops? How about a flip top?
Oh my
cap?
gosh!
No, you can't.
It's terrible.
Okay.
And
yeah,
it's weird because when you go to the pharmacy, you get pills, and I get 2 prescriptions, and they give it to you in that ALS-proof container. And I don't know why.
They really should.
The kind where you have to push down and turn.
Can you just request that when you go to the pharmacy, they just say open up, and then they drop a pill in your mouth for you?
I said, can you just pour it in my pocket here? And they said, what?
In my pocket. What?
Why do we have those ALS-proof containers anyway? I don't know why they still insist on.
I guess for kids.
Big Pharma or something.
Yeah. I have trouble opening those myself occasionally. I mean,
and you don't have ALS, Bill.
I got some arthritis though in my hands, and that some of them are pretty hard to open.
Hell, they send my dog's medicine in those things, and it's practically impossible to get them open at first.
Are you taking dog medicine at all, Kyle?
Have you tried it?
No, I'm just picturing, how did your dog get it open?
She tries hard. Then she gives up and hands it to me.
Here, you do it.
So, how many do you have to take? A lot of pills every day, or just a couple?
2 prescriptions, but there are a lot of like supplements, like vitamin B12 and Dutka, things that have been scientifically proven to help symptoms and slow progression. So I take about 20 in the morning and 20 in the evening.
How about fenugreek? How about fenugreek? You taking any fenugreek?
No.
Black cohosh? Any black cohosh?
No.
Okay, just wondering.
I have a question for you, Kyle. Just in case anybody like that's on Shark Tank is listening. If you could have somebody invent something that would help people with ALS, like something
know
that
what
would
it
make
is.
your day easier, what would that be?
A cure.
Well,
Yes. Oh gosh. I honestly don't know. Because if I need someone to open a door for me, I just tell them, "Hey, open the door."
What? Who? Just open the door.
I don't need a special tool for that.
Yeah. And you're still working, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So but you can do that from home, and
right.
That's good. And then is there usually somebody there to assist you if you need help with anything?
I don't need help with anything.
Oh. Well, okay.
I'm still okay. I'm still pretty functional.
Okay,
I
then
think
I'm not. I was going to offer to help, but now I'm not.
Dang it.
Bill's gotten really good at opening pill bottles.
Yeah.
He has a lot of his own.
Yeah.
I do, actually.
Oh,
do it
you
with
know
one
what you
hand.
could do? If you could do this, Bill, a couple of times a day, I need to scratch my back, and I can't reach it anymore.
Oh, okay. To scratch your back.
Do you have a
a
spare?
back scratcher, Bill?
Don't you have a spare one? Yeah.
I have three. I have 3 back scratchers, one for every floor of the house. I do really. I'm holding it right now, Kyle. It's a bamboo, but you can't use a back scratcher. Can you not hold on to it or something?
I probably could right now. Yeah.
Well, and I listen. It was only like $1.04 at the dollar store, and it's high quality bamboo. It's bamboo, Kyle.
And if you can't hold on
I'm
to
going to the dollar store.
yeah, I was gonna say if you can't hold on to it, we could just duct tape it to your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have for some reason an itchy back very often, and this thing really
I
does
love
the
that you
trick.
have one on every floor of the house, just in case.
Well, it's
happen to
because
be-
I have 3 floors on this house, and if I'm up here and I go, God, my back itches, I don't want to have to run downstairs. I'm not stupid.
This is making my back
Well,
itch just talking about it.
I think you need one for every room of the house now.
Every room of the house.
Yes, that way there's no waiting. It's just like there it is. Yeah.
So Kyle, can you get to the dollar store? If you can't, I'll buy you one. I will, and I'll bring it to you.
I can. There's one not far. I'm going to head there very soon.
There you go.
Now, if you ask the people at the dollar store, if you say, where are your back scratchers, they'll look at you blankly and say, and then go, I don't know. So you have to kind of search for them. First, start among the hairbrushes and toothbrushes. Start there.
Okay.
Okay.
Personal care.
Speaking of searching, I thought I'd warn you guys if you hadn't already. Punxsutawn, I'm on my way out. You need to find a new person who would like to talk to.
Oh.
A new person that's dying.
He's dying to talk to us.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, Kyle. Now
We'll start auditions very soon.
Maybe find a little boy with the cancer or something.
Something like that. I'll start looking for a cancer boy.
Okay, Kyle, we have to go.
All right.
Kyle, do you ever think maybe it's one of the 3 of us? All right.
We're already here.
We're already here. Thanks, Kyle. Talk to you.
Sorry,
Kyle.
he's laughing too hard now.
He can't hang up the phone now.
Are you?
There
There
you
he
go.
goes.
I hope he's okay. Because when
Find
he
somebody else dying
when-
to talk.
when he starts laughing, he says it kind of makes it hard to breathe.
Man.
Difficult to breathe. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Jeez. Let's see. That crash in Syracuse is the only one that's UDOT's reporting right now. So I don't know if they're just not paying attention. If there's something else out there that's going on that you think people need to know about, you can certainly text it in. Just make sure it's safe for you to text, please. 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got our Tech Talk segment with Jonathan Deasing coming up. Round 2 of your boners on the way. Tuesday Tunes with Todd, all coming up. KXRK Provo.
Worried about the circus performers.
What
Well,
are they
I
going to
did-
do? Maybe they'll all be DJs in LA. now.
I heard the Feld Entertainment family say, we're closing down the circus, 446 years, and we have 400 employees, and we are going to do our best to find jobs for them. And then they went on to say, there is some difficulty finding jobs for people who have been living on a train most of their lives, like
Their families
like a
that do
train.
it. Yeah.
A train that travels around the country. They live on a train. They're circus performers. This is the life they know. There's going to be some difficulty of job placement for them. So I don't know. I think maybe we should start some sort of program. If you can take in a circus performer,
Won't you put refugee circus former refugee?
I don't want new circus people living next door to
no,
me.
Now think about it.
Circus
How
people.
handy it might be to have a circus performer of some sort living with you.
They could climb on your roof pretty easily,
Yeah,
I bet.
if you-
clean
you
out
know-
your gutters, I bet they could do that.
I bet they'd be very handy around the house. Circus performers would be they know how to do all kinds of things. They would know how to go next door and scam your neighbors out of stuff.
I don't trust them.
Yeah, they would know how to. I mean, they're just if there are any, for instance, if you have neighborhood chickens, I'll bet they can steal chickens. Circus performers can do all
performers
kinds.
can steal chickens?
I think they know how to steal chickens. I think they know the best houses to get free meals. I think they know all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm glad you've been worried about this.
I'm worried about them.
and I want to find a solution.
Where are they going to? But I did think about that. I mean, these people really have been. The Feld was one of the women, one of the daughters of the Feld family said, "We're going to try and job place, but some of these people have been living on the circus train most of their lives.
Maybe they can be engineers,
porters, waiters. I don't know." Conductors, brakemen. It's just weird.
Not near me. Don't trust them.
Nope.
sponsor, Gina?
Dive right into that.
Okay, well, let's do that.
Well, it's time to talk a little tech with Jonathan Deasing. Jonathan is the... Huh?
He said, hey.
Oh, hey. Jonathan is the host of something called the 3-Bit Gamer Show, one of the hosts. Is it still the three of you, the original hosts, Jonathan?
There are two of the original three, and then we have a rotating guest for the third now.
So that one guy just didn't work out, huh?
Just didn't work out.
Yeah. Well, Jonathan, what have you got for us today? What's going on the interweb?
So I've got something kind of old today, but I did realize that maybe somebody out there hasn't heard of this, and it is I use it like every single day.
What?
This is called JustWatch.com. There's also an app. I think it's just called Just Watch. You can get it on your phone. And it searches literally every streaming service out there, movies, TV shows, or whatever. So if you are like, I want to watch Speed with Keanu Reeves, where can I watch that? Well, you can go through, Netflix, you open Hulu. Is it on HBO? Whatever. This is, you just go to justwatch.com and type it in.
All right,
and,
let me see how we do.
Yeah, I've got
What
the
are you
app.
gonna
I've
look
had the app for a long time.
I'm looking for Aliens.
Aliens.
I can rent it on Apple TV for $3.99. I can also rent it on Amazon. I can buy it. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's and it'll let. I think the one on your phone even knows what streaming services you have. And
I think you can organize like watch lists of across your streaming platforms. So like you don't have to rely on your Netflix watch list for all the stuff you want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's convenient. Yeah.
What
so
else?
that one's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Then I do have some news, and Bill, I have to tell you, it's like lived in my head because you asked me a couple weeks ago. You said, how can I be a gamer? Like I don't really have access to these things, and so that's been like my new thing is like, how can I get Bill into games?
Okay.
And so I'm always keeping my eyes out. So this week I've got news that if you guys are familiar with Chromebooks, these are Google's line of laptops. They're usually like $500 to $1,000 cheaper than a standard laptop.
Yeah.
And they are testing a Steam alpha client. So Steam is the biggest PC game store for PC games. There's like 10,000 games on there. And so it really has it's this massive open storefront for basically any game you can think of under the sun. And now it's accessible to people that have Chromebooks, which is, like I said, kind of a lower end, cheaper entry into a laptop.
Yeah.
So if you guys have a Chromebook.
Well, my youngest child has a Chromebook that they use for schoolwork. So I'll be taking that away.
Yeah, you can game on that.
So now you know where to find them. And also, another fun thing for games that I know you have, Bill, is a phone. And I didn't know this until like a week or two ago, but if you have Netflix and you just go open your Netflix on your phone, Android or iOS, and you go to like the games section, which I didn't know they had one. There's like a dozen or more games on there that they're not just like garbage games. There's a couple like Stranger Things titles.
I didn't know that.
And they just take you to your app store. You just download them there and they're free.
I think I have the Netflix app. Let me check that out.
Jonathan is going to get you gaming no matter what he does, Bill.
All right.
Bill's going to be up late playing video games. It's just going to be and we'll be on it together. So the cool thing about these Netflix games is Netflix is acquiring video game studios, which you're like, why? And I think they're trying to get into a space where you're watching one of their like streaming, one of their different series. I'm quite going to get that word. The different series, and you're playing a game that's baked in that while you're watching. Just like
I
you're
see.
playing
Yeah.
like
That
the-
makes sense
Well,
because
they-
people watch shows, and a lot of people are on their phones while they're watching shows.
Always.
You can play a
Well, there's-
game along with.
There's currently a cartoon on Netflix, and I can't remember the name of it. It's a cartoon cat, and the cartoon goes along, and then at some point, the Netflix asks you trivia questions.
Yeah.
And if
here
you
it is.
answer it correctly, then the cartoon continues. If you answer it incorrectly, then the cat dies in the cartoon, and you have to go back to the beginning of the scene.
Over.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
no.
it's like a choose your own adventure in a way. But
Okay, I'm playing bowling ballers right now, so you guys leave me alone.
all right,
There we go. Mission accomplished. So I've accomplished my mission this week. Okay, so Netflix and Chromebooks. Keep out your eyes out for games. The last little thing, this fun little nugget. This came out a couple weeks ago, but if you guys remember back in 1999, the Red Hot Chili Peppers released Californication, and with it, the weirdest music video that we got out of the 90s, just coming in right at the finishing line.
Yep.
Where the whole music video was like a trippy video game starring the singers. And so you watch this and you're like, wow, this is so weird. Some people watch this and 20 years later they're like, I want to play that game. Someone made this game.
Oh no!
So if you're
I
a
don't know
big
why.
Red Hot Chili Peppers fan, that's who this is for.
They needed to play this.
And
You
it's
can
free.
download this game for free. There's a link that I'm sure you guys will share on your website here, and you can watch a video of it. But man, this is the game that no one was asking for, no one wanted, but you can play now for free. I don't know why.
That's funny.
And can you
What-
play as
wild?
Anthony or play as Flea or play you can play as one of the band member? Okay.
Yeah. And now to do it in the reverse, Bill's not doing well.
What?
In the
Oh,
reverse, if you have an Xbox, and I think this is still underway, because they they do Halo on Xbox. They're offering you Paramount Plus on your Xbox so that you'll watch the Halo TV series.
Oh,
That's
Because there
weird.
was an article about how the Halo first episode was like the most watched thing that Paramount Plus has ever done. And what
Yeah.
they're saying is it's because the Xbox connection. You'll be able to
Oh,
watch
okay.
that on your Xbox.
Yeah, because how else are you watching Paramount Plus? I don't even have a friend. If I wanted to borrow their login, I wouldn't even know who to ask. Yeah, Xbox has got to give you
Well-
their login because no one has one.
At first, it was just on my Xbox, but now it's on my X1 box from Xfinity. So you can just say Paramount Plus, and it pops right up now. But
Oh,
anyway,
nice. That's
yeah.
really convenient.
this
And,
is really fun.
The bowling game.
Yeah.
We've lost Bill.
It's
He's
it's
gone.
quite simple, and it's fun. It's called
Well,
bowling
There's
ballers.
like 10 more games on there, so you guys might struggle with Bill over the next week or so.
See, when you said I'm going to make Bill a gamer, I said let's just get the theme song to "Dream the Impossible Dream" up for you, because this is not going to happen. But
didn't-
maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. This is fun. Oh,
I'm going to
let's-
keep trying it, and I think they're overall just making gaming more and more accessible, more and more devices that are under, I'd say under $500 is kind of like that magic price point range where you can get more, you're getting more and more bang for your buck, and the best part is there's so many more titles. So that's like there's a game for everyone, which is the thing I keep harping on. Like Bill's out a bowling game. Like who knows what you're into?
now,
until you
can
start
I play? I
exploring
can
it.
play this on TV too. I don't have to just do it on my phone.
I
Well,
think
how
you
would
could
you do
probably, if you had like AirPlay or something, you could just put it up on your TV, yeah, and use your phone as the controller.
Yeah. Okay. See ya. That's pretty cool.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah,
Jonathan Deasing, thank you.
thanks, guys.
Bowling ballers.
People are actually excited about that Red Hot Chili Peppers one. Go to x96.com and look for Jonathan's little
There's
segment,
links and
segment box there, and there's links to download all of these games, and you can play them. Traffic, please, Gina.
Things are looking good. I'm not seeing anything on the UDOT website of serious concern. They're certainly not telling me you should be concerned about anything, but perhaps you're concerned. and you're like, this is concerning, I should share it with friends of the program, you can do that. Just make sure it's safe for you to text and send it in to us, 33986. The Young Automotive Group is locally owned, has 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
Here are the boner candidates for round 2. Number 1, let's see how far we can go with this stupid story. Boner candidate number 2, school litter boxes to cater to kids who self-identify as kitty cats is going too far.
What?
And boner...
You'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And boner candidate number 3, how much money does the city of Roy, Utah have? Because she should get it all.
The cartoon people are asking me about, it's called Cat Burglar on Netflix. So if you want to play that. All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with round 2 of your boners on the way. Stockton 12 Honda.
Man, I've bought cars from Stockton 12 Honda. I have my, ironically, my Toyota serviced there all the time. And I also have a Honda, a CRV, which we get serviced there. Because Stockton 12 Honda does a great job, and they're always on top of it, and they always save you time. I don't ever have to wait very long while they do maintenance on my vehicles. Stockton 12 Honda is solid. They are a part of the community, and they are there to make the car buying process as easy as they possibly can for you. There's a reason Stockton 12 Honda has been around so long. It's because the community trusts them to deliver. I would highly advise you to shop at Stockton 12 Honda. They're easy to find. They're in the Southtown Auto Mall and on Auto Mall Drive in Sandy. Hi.
Let's join Carrie and Bill at the Acme Broadcasting Company party at Rockport Reservoir.
Boy, what a nice day for a company party, huh?
Oh, God, yes. I mean, it's just beautiful up here. And you know, we deserve this, don't we?
I think that everybody on the staff deserves a nice party like this. I mean, we've all worked so hard to get this station to show in the ratings.
Yeah. Showing up in the top 35 stations ain't that easy either.
No.
Hey, look at everybody down there on the beach by the picnic table. You know, we ought to hike down there.
No, we can get a much better shot at all of them with our paintball guns from up here.
Huh.
Now look at Mario there. I'll bet you I can knock that beer right out of his hand.
Good shot. hey, they can't see us up here, can they?
Well, apparently not. Hey, listen, see if you can splatter the side of Bessie with a volley of that green paint you got.
Righto. Just about spelled my name. Hey, they're all starting to scatter and take cover now. What a great party. Hey, see if you can hit Sonny before she makes it to that tree.
Okay. Oh, damn, I missed her. You know, she's so thin, there's not much of a target there. Hey, what's Ed Acme doing?
Well, it looks like he's pushed over the picnic table and he's using it as a barrier. Get out your binoculars.
Got him. Oh, my God. That's a 30-30 he's pulling out of his knapsack. Oh! And it looks like he's got a bead on us, too. That was too close.
Godfrey. Jeez, everybody else seems to be packing heat, too. Look at that. Mario's gunning back at us with some kind of flare gun.
Whoa!
Gee!
All right, Sonny thinks she's going to hit us clear up here with that little pistol of hers.
Whoa!
Oh, but Acme's really got us pinned down with that thing.
Well, then I guess it's a good thing I brought this to the company party, isn't it?
Oh, an Uzi.
Yeah.
Bill, you the man. Oh, God, what a great party.
Well, I'm sure I'll be here for the first two boner candidates.
Oh, that's right. You got jury duty.
Yeah, I got to wander off here in a minute. But here we go. Round two of your boners, 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Boner Fight is at 9:20 with winners of round 1 and the winner of this round 2. So let's get to it. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
We have this bag that has a Radio from Hell logo on it, and say you're a man, you could put manly things in there like beef jerky and cigars and wrenches,
crowbar,
and
shoes,
ammo.
Ammo, sure, ammo bag. Any of those things.
A chainsaw.
Chainsaw would fit in there, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's go with Boner candidate number 1 here. Let's just see how far we can go with this stupid story. Joe Rogan has offered to train Elon Musk for a hand-to-hand fight with Russian President Vladimir Putin. And he noted that Tesla's billionaire CEO appeared to hold his own during a past bout with a sumo wrestler. Musk initially challenged 69-year-old Putin to single combat earlier this month, tweeting, "Stakes are Ukraine." He also shared several memes poking fun at the Russian president, on Twitter. In a podcast last week, Rogan noted that Musk's recent claims that he previously had tussled with a professional sumo wrestler. The Tesla founder claimed that last week on Twitter that he had managed to throw the sumo wrestler onto the ground but suffered a back injury in the process.
Why is this a thing?
Well, because, Gina, we have to, as the title says, see how far we can go with this stupid story.
This is, minus the radio, a radio stunt.
And this is Joe Rogan.
Yes.
This is the thing that men everywhere are listening to, bro. Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. School litter boxes cater to kids who self-identify as kitty cats. That's just going too far. I looked this up because I thought it was a hoax story from a hoax website.
I would think that too.
I found the story everywhere. Washington Post, New York Times, so forth and so on.
Oh, okay.
A Nebraska state lawmaker has apologized after he publicly cited a persistent but debunked rumor. Apparently, he didn't get the debunking that schools are placing litter boxes in school bathrooms to accommodate children who self-identify as cats. Senator Bruce Bostelman, a conservative Republican, repeated this claim during a public televised debate on a bill intended to help school children who have behavioral problems. His comments quickly went viral, with one Twitter video garnering more than 300,000 views as of Monday and drew an onslaught of online criticism and even more ridicule. Bosselman initially said he was shocked when he heard stories that children were dressing as cats and dogs while at school, while claims that schools were accommodating them with litter boxes. They meow and they bark and they interact with their teachers in this fashion, Bosselman said. And now schools are wanting to put litter boxes in the schools for these children to use. How is this sanitary? He said.
How did he believe this?
Because he's an old white conservative who gets fooled by the internet. In other words, the Republican Party.
He's stupid.
Yeah.
He heard it and he went, "I can't believe it. This is awful."
Exactly.
The false claim that children are using litter boxes in school bathrooms has spread across the internet since last December, when a member of the public brought it up at a school board meeting in Midland Public Schools in Detroit. The claim was immediately debunked by the district superintendent, who said, there have never been litter boxes in our public schools.
Of course there isn't. But I saw it on the internet, so it must be true.
Yeah, the baseless rumor has spread across the country and become fuel for political candidates amid the culture wars and legislative action involving gender identification in schools. Hours after his remarks, apparently somebody sat down with Mr. Bosselman, maybe his party elders, maybe whoever runs the Republican Party in his state, and said, Bruce, you should look up these things before you start talking. Bosselman backtracked and acknowledged that the story was not true. He said, well, I checked it.
Yeah, again, that's what I'm saying, is that you checked it, but you're fooled by the internet, because the places that you're going, I don't want to sound like I know it all, but the places that you're going to keep perpetuating these lies.
And he said he checked it, and then he said, then I went to Senator Lynn Waltz, who's a Democrat, who leads the Legislative Education Committee. And I asked him about it, and Lynn Waltz said, no.
It's not happening.
There's no litter boxes in our schools.
And apparently this has showed up in Utah as well, people saying these things.
Boner candidate number 2, school litter boxes to cater to kids who self-identify as kitty cats? That's going too far.
The fact this guy, A, believed it, and B, it needed to be debunked for him is just, he shouldn't be in that office.
And they twisted it around so that they said, well, it's furries. You've heard of them, haven't
That's
you?
the other one
It's
that I keep
furries.
hearing, is that the furries are grooming the young people.
Well,
No.
they put this along with the litter box. thing,
Yeah.
that these are furries.
These are people in positions of power making decisions that affect other people.
And guess what, Davis County? You're voting for them.
Yep.
I apologize for the political nature of the previous segment.
And I didn't mean to sound like I know it all.
Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, how much money does the city of Roy have? I don't know, but this woman should have every bit of it.
Ooh.
Let me tell you about one more little story I have about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock.
Well, after you hear that story, you're going to need a palate cleanser, and might I suggest you follow a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Now Will Smith and Chris Rock have settled their beef. And how do we know this? Well, it's from an unimpeachable source. Diddy. Sean Diddy Combs confirmed at the Vanity Fair Oscars bash that the two had let bygones be bygones after Chris Rock made a joke about Jada Pinkett Smith's bald head during the awards ceremony. That's not a problem. That's all over. I can confirm that, said Diddy. He said, now, he didn't elaborate on how he knew this, but he just knew. It's all love, he said. They're my brothers.
Mm-hmm.
This comes after Page 6 reported sources at the Academy Awards said that Diddy had talked to both Chris Rock and Will Smith, and the two had agreed to make amends later in the evening. Smith showed up to the Vanity Fair party. Chris Rock did not. They also said of the scene, Will Smith arrived after midnight, headed to the dance floor. DJ D Nice was spinning tunes, and he played a number of songs by Will Smith as a tribute when the star and his family arrived.
And I can assure you that Sean Combs would never say things just to get attention.
No.
So Bill Allwood would read it on the radio. He would not.
He confirmed it, and Diddy said it. I believe it. That settled it.
All right.
caretakers are heartbroken.
By Carrie.
Carrie's going.
He's going to jury duty.
I may be back.
You won't hear about the heartbroken caretakers.
Oh, all right. I may be back. We'll see.
Okay.
This is terrible. A piece of history was stolen from the Fisher Mansion. Sometime over the weekend, the fence surrounding the Fisher Mansion was removed and stolen, according to the Utah Preservation Society. The Victorian-era fence was made of brass and was embedded in stone blocks outside of the Fisher Mansion. Now, the mansion is many, many years ago, the Fisher Brewery was a very money-making enterprise here in Utah. Fisher beer was extremely popular. Now they've come back. There's a new incarnation. Yeah. But this was the Fisher family, and this mansion. Have you ever seen it, Gina? It's just beautiful.
I might know it if I saw a picture of it.
It's kind of in a weird, out of the way place. It's like on. That's what I want to say, Second West, but it's like about 20th South or 20th Second South and 20th West or something. It's out by the Jordan River.
People just steal it for the metal? Is that
apparently, probably. The Fisher Mansion was built in 1893 for Albert Fisher, the founder of Utah's largest brewery at the time. It's listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The mansion was designed by architect Richard K.A. Kletting, who was the same architect who designed the Utah State Capitol. Now, you used to be able to go into the mansion and tour it, but I think Salt Lake City owns it. But they closed it following the earthquake. I guess there's some structural problems. It's remained closed ever since, which is a shame. I've always wanted to go into it. Somebody I know I've ridden my bicycle past it on one of my...
called the Fisher.
The address is 1206 West, 200 South in
So
Salt Lake
it's
City.
Second South and
just down the road,
Second South and 12th West. So it's really sort of out of the way. And I think the Jordan River runs right by there, too.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm just looking at pictures of it.
Oh, God, it's so nice.
Cool.
But somebody stole the fence.
Yeah, I mean, that's not cool, but...
No. Listen, the January 6th committee says that they want to interview Jared Kushner, and they also say they want to interview Jeannie Thomas, wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Most members of the House Select Committee investigating January 6th, including the chair, Benny Thompson, and vice chair, Liz Cheney, believe the panel should interview her. The committee has had an ongoing discussion about Jeannie Thomas, and CNN reported last week that it has in its possession 29 text messages that show her pleading with then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to continue the fight to overturn the 2020 presidential election. She's
get her in there. She's trouble. 4 people have died after they fell or jumped from a balcony at a Swiss resort town. They were all of the same family. A 5th person, a teenage boy who also fell from the balcony, was hospitalized in serious condition. The 5 people have not officially been identified, but they're believed to be members of the family of French nationals. According to an investigation, 2 police officers knocked on the door of the family's apartment Thursday morning to hand a summons to the father in connection with the homeschooling of one of the children. Police officers heard a voice coming from the apartment asking them to identify themselves. After they did so, the officers didn't hear any sound coming from the apartment. They prepared to leave the building. They were still in the building when a witness called the police and said some people had fallen from a balcony. Wow.
I don't think they fell.
No.
They said the family involved in the episode was very private and that the residential building was inhabited by families with a lot of kids. Let's see. We got to finish up here probably. Are we out of time?
You can do one more.
How about the most popular dog names of 2022 so far?
Okay.
The 10 male puppy names so far: And I don't know who gathers these. There's some, it's Agria Pet Insurance Company.
So these are the
Providers
top 10 pet names for people that really
who
care
have
about their
insurance.
pets.
Yeah,
That's-
who have Kennel Club Pet Insurance. Teddy, Milo, Buddy, Puppy, Reggie, Cooper, Loki, Max, Charlie, and Bailey. Female puppy names: Bella, Willow, Daisy, Lola, Ruby, Poppy, Rosie, Mabel, Bonnie, and Nala.
You're telling me Lucy is not on that list?
I'm
That is
surprised.
so surprising.
Let me look again.
Coming from the person who named their dog Lucy. So,
Let me look
you know.
again. Nope, it's not on the list. Sorry.
Riley? Riley not
Let me
on
look
the
on the
list?
list and see if Riley's there.
No?
Nope, not there.
Huh.
I'm Bill Allred. Have a nice day.
There you go. The Final Four is officially set. Duke, Kansas, North Carolina, and Villanova all winning their respective regions. And there's one guy that placed a $25 bet that those would be the exact four teams. And he ended up winning $43,000 for that bet. So those games, let's see, on Friday, South Carolina and Louisville, that's a 5 o'clock game, and then Connecticut and Stanford. That is Friday at 7:30. Those are the next games coming up. Let's see, the Jazz play on the road tonight. They play the Clippers. It's an 8 o'clock game today, so a little bit later. And there's the Spectrum newspaper in St. George. And for some reason, one of their columnists, Willie Thies, I think is how you say his name, he always writes about bowling.
What do you mean for some reason? He likes bowling, and that's what they do in St. George.
Here's the headline. Fast improving bowler Katie Fotheringham rolls up an impressive scoring streak. And it's a huge story about Katie. She credits coaching tips from her coach, John Porter, as being pivotal in orchestrating a huge turnaround, both in the physical and cerebral parts of her game. You know, bowling is not just a physical game.
Don't make light of the sport of bowling.
I know you've become attached to it recently.
On this
here.
video game here,
She's taken her game from basically a dumpster fire to having a breakout season with the potential to become a top-notch bowler. This says here. She has a new
do
delivery.
They have competitive leagues in St. George?
Yes.
Is that what this is about?
I guess. She has a new delivery and lane awareness. You need lane awareness, Bill, to be she's very happy with her scores. She's averaging a 154.
What's a perfect score in bowling is 300, I think.
I guess. So be on the lookout. You heard it here first, folks. Katie Fotheringham lighten up the bowling world in St. George. Weather, so we could have some spotty sprinkles today, 30 to 60% chance, depending on where you are. Then another chance tonight. Could even have thunderstorms in some places. And much cooler, 59 for a high today. Tomorrow, slight chance of showers, then sunny, again high 59. Next chance of a storm coming through, looks like about a 50% chance on Thursday. And we stay in the mid-upper 50s, it looks like, for several days. So that's more seasonal than we have been, at least as far as last weekend goes. Traffic, we have big delays on northbound Redwood Road approaching Pony Express Parkway and Pioneer Crossing in Utah County. You're going to want to allow extra time for your drive out of Saratoga Springs toward the Salt Lake Valley. You're going to have to be patient through there, it looks like. Let's see, we have a crash southbound I-15 Bangor Highway and Draper milepost 290. And let me check our message stream. I thought I saw something there. Massive slowage near 32nd and Harrison and Ogden, somebody says. So that is your traffic. Yep, that's what we've got. If you see something, you can send it in to us, 33986.
Boner candidate number 3. I don't know how much money the city of Roy has, But this woman should get it all. A woman in Roy was taken to the hospital on Friday after falling into a uncovered manhole.
Well, that's
The
one of my
woman-
fears.
The woman had just gotten off of the bus when she fell in and got her foot stuck, breaking a 2-inch water pipe. Crews from Roy, Weber, and Ogden were able to turn off the water before using a pulley system to extract the woman from the hole.
Yeah. So she fell all the way. This wasn't just part. She was down in the.
I don't know how deep it was, but they had to use a pulley system to get her out. It was very narrow. Plus, you have to remember, she's in there while this water main is just shooting water everywhere, presumably on her as well. The crews said there'd been some construction taking place on the shoulder of the road, and the manhole cover was obviously not put back into place. Fortunately, the woman had only minor injuries. However, I think that however much money the city of Roy has, she deserves all of it.
For sure.
Boner candidate number 3.
Okay.
Let's review the candidates and get to voting. So we had boner candidate number 1. Let's see how far we can go with this stupid story. Joe Rogan keeping this moronic story alive of Elon Musk wanting to fist fight with Vladimir Putin. And Rogan said, well, yeah, okay, I'll train him. I'll train Musk, okay?
And even if it's a joke, which it is, just for keeping it going is the boner.
It's a stunt, a radio stunt. And boner candidate number 2, school litter boxes to cater to kids who self-identify as kitty cats? Well, that's just going too far.
No.
It's not going too far because it doesn't happen. And boner candidate...
Oh, that's it, isn't it?
No, number 3 is how much money does the city of Roy have? Well, I don't know how much, but this woman should get it all. Now it's time to vote.
877-602-9696 is the phone number for you to vote. You can also text in your vote, 33986. Or maybe you are on the internet looking up that cat story to see if it's really real, the litter box story. If you're on the internet, you can vote on the internet. You just go to x96.com. There's a place to vote right there.
Vote now. Go. I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks
Well,
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed. You haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute.
Ah.
Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light, best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your
Yeah,
visor down in the
whatever.
mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you...
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere. In
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but,
your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever
Standing on the
noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I go, I didn't know I had hair
Wait
there.
a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because you know the robot's going to die at some point.
We don't have Carrie. I was waiting for a funny thing to happen there, and the funny thing is Carrie is at jury duty.
Yeah.
Sorry, Katie.
Yeah, now it's time to announce the winner of today's round 2 boner voting. And I don't believe I've gotten no, I haven't. I haven't gotten the winner yet. So,
well, it's brought to
hopefully
you in part by.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll come while I. Oh, there it is. Yes, round 2 brought to you in part by udon noodles with lots of cabbage in it this time.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, a brunch on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple, adults only.
Well, we had boner candidate number 1, which was, let's see how far we can go with this stupid story, Joe Rogan. I'll train Elon Musk to fight Putin. It just makes me mad.
Well, it's a joke, obviously, but it keeps that crazy story going, which is not a good thing.
It makes me angry. It makes me angry that so many people listen to Joe Rogan,
yeah, I know.
and they're going, yeah. Boner candidate number 2, school litter boxes to cater to kids who identify as kitty cats. Well, this Nebraska lawmaker, he's not going to have any of that going on. Oh, it's not true?
No, it's not true.
Boner candidate number 2. And number 3, I don't know how much money the city of Roy has, but this woman should sue them and get all the money they have. Man, what a horrible thing. She fell in the manhole.
Haven't you ever thought about that, though, when you were walking over a manhole? Just that fleeting thought of, as my foot's going down, what if it's not on there tight and I fall in there?
No.
I think about that every time I walk.
No.
You
Never.
don't ever?
No, never. Never.
What about a
ever.
grate? Like
No,
a little side?
never.
No?
No. Never. Because
This just reinforces my fear.
Because, Gina, history would suggest that they're always secure.
But
now, in this, no, there's no but about it. In this case, there wasn't a manhole cover on it.
Okay.
It was left off. And, if I'm walking along and I see a hole that should have a manhole cover on it, I go around it. Now, this woman was getting off of a bus. That's a different story.
Reasonable expectation that there wouldn't be a hole right there.
But she didn't win.
She didn't?
Or that story didn't win. No, it's the stupid legislator in Nebraska who thought litter boxes in schools. Oh my
No,
God.
I saw somebody text in, my aunt's a secretary at a school in Draper, and some parent is trying to do that. I don't believe that.
No, they aren't.
I don't believe that.
It's not true. It is absolutely not true.
Because
And
this is one of those. I know somebody.
I condemn you for even repeating that.
It's not true.
No.
There are no parents trying to get litter boxes in school bathrooms.
No.
It's not happening.
No. That woman, okay, so that's the winner, round 2, and it'll be in the boner fight next hour. Let's see. So that woman, though, she should call the advocates. I got this, we got this card the other day from the advocates, and I don't think we read it on the air. It's really nice. It says, Carrie, Bill, and Gina, we want to thank you. And it's very specific.
Okay.
We want to thank you for 3 awesome cases in February.
Oh.
We truly value all you do for us, and we greatly appreciate your partnership. Enjoy a little shopping on us. We've included some gift cards. I don't see them here at all. Somebody's taken them. No, we told
gave them to
Katie.
we
Katie
gave them to
should have
Katie.
them. Thanks for everything, and for letting me listen. Your friends at the Advocates.
That's
Minutes.
nice.
Yeah, I just.
You mean radio works, Bill? Is that what you're telling me? Advertising your business on the radio gets results. That's what I hear.
And I would like to just now take this moment to say to potential advertisers, and I think we're running a promo about this. You want to make buckets of money? Stick with us, baby. If you want to make, if you would like to be like Scrooge McDuck and have a basement full of money that you can dive into whenever you want, advertise on the Radio from Hell show and on X96, because we'll help you make a swimming pool full of $1,000 bills. You know.
I mean, I think we have a track record where friends of the program utilize business and services and things that we talk about. And we hear back from them saying, thank you for recommending this place. They did a really good job, or they have really good food, or they...
Yeah, well, what have you done for me lately?
And there's also people that have asked us to advertise, and we've said, yeah, I don't think so. I don't want our friends of the program.
We have turned down some.
Yeah.
Some.
It happens.
But so, again, I mean, if you want to be rolling in the dough, if you want to be able to light your cigars with $100 bills, then you should advertise on the Radio from Hell show. That's all. That's all I'm saying about that.
That's all you're saying?
And then I got an email from Liza Nell, is it?
Librarian?
And she wants me, she said, please send me, if you don't mind, if you would do this for me, a list of all the Utah words of the day that you've done so far. And she said, I want them for the Radio from Hell, Museum.
What is
And
this
I went,
museum?
Huh? What? Where is it? Can I go to it? What can I touch it? Well, apparently what they're doing, she and some other people, and I think they're just sort of starting it, and it's not fully realized at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's an online museum. Like, it'll have photographs and different, histories of the show, aspects of it, bios and things like that. And it'll also tell people that if they want to advertise with Radio from Hell, they'll make buckets of money.
Buckets of money.
And there's a picture of the three of us, each one of us. Gina is taking a bath in a bathtub full of money.
I am?
I am sitting on a bucket full of money, and Carrie's lighting a cigar with a $100 bill.
So my guess is she would take submissions from friends of the program, too, if they have.
I would think. I need more information, Liza Nell. I asked her, so I sent her an email back, and I said, what, she said, well, people in the chat room decided to create it. Apparently there's a geek show one that Dr. Paul and Travis the Pieman have done.
Oh.
She said it's a work in progress. We're trying to get it together. We've joked about it for at least a year, and we finally decided to do it.
We
yes,
have the
I'll
best
send
listeners.
I'll send you the words, the list of the words, and then tell us more about it. And but I don't think. I mean, I could tell you where it is, but I don't think it's ready. So.
Yeah, let's wait for that.
So there's that, and then Carrie's off to do jury duty, I guess, and we may not see him for the rest.
Well,
of
when
the show.
for some reason we both got called for jury duty at the same time, and the trial that I was slated for got canceled or something.
Mm-hmm.
But when they sent me the information of jury duty day, they said you need to be available from 8:30 a.m. all day. Like, not just a couple of hours. They say you need to be available for the rest of the day.
Well, so he's sitting in front of a computer screen,
Mm-hmm.
and they can contact him that way. But do you have to pay huge attention to it, or can you get up and do some? I got to do some dishes, and sort of watch it while you're doing other things.
No, I think you have to be, because like when I went in for jury duty years ago, and they had you come down to the courthouse, they said the same thing. You need to be available all day, and you just sit in the gallery there waiting for your turn to be interviewed. I can't imagine just because it's on a Zoom call they would let you get up and walk around.
But he could probably sit and read a comic book or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, nobody's going to ever ask me to be on a jury again. I'm sure of it.
No.
No, my reputation precedes me.
Bill Allred.
Now, what do they call it when they? I can't remember what they call it now when they don't select you.
Dismiss you? They dismiss you.
No, there's another. There's another word for jury selection and not. Anyway.
It's not you. Anybody but Bill Allred. That's what it says at the top of the list.
Yeah, that it is. I'm sure it's there. I think we have to take a break.
Yeah, we're going to take a break. We'll have our potty break song coming up. I don't know if we'll have Tuesday Tunes with Todd or if we're just going to potty break.
No,
Katie's going to see if Todd's around for that.
All right.
And the only traffic I have to tell you about, big delays northbound Redwood Road approaching Pony Express Parkway, Pioneer Crossing in Utah County. Going to want to allow extra time on your drive out of Saratoga Springs toward the Salt Lake Valley. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in any traffic alerts or manhole covers that aren't covered, uncovered manholes. We would like to know about those as well. You can text in all those sorts of things to 33986. As a business owner, have you ever felt self-conscious about the size of your brand? Huge Brands is your local one-stop shop for screen printing, embroidery, and custom merchandise. Get huge. Visit hugebrands.com.
And go.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker Undercover. Tonight, Rod investigates Hooters restaurant.
Here in Midvale, the state's first Hooters restaurant is about to open. The management of this establishment has placed ads in local papers looking for employees. Hooters is known for hiring only buxom women. Tonight, I've put on this pair of ample falsies, my favorite blonde wig, and these tight-fitting Gloria Vanderbilt black denim jeans. Let's see what happens when I take our hidden cameras inside and apply for a job.
Next. Let me see. It says here your name is Rhonda Decker, and you've had the previous experience waiting tables.
That's correct. I know at least 6 different ways to sing happy birthday to a customer.
Well, Rhonda, thanks for coming by. We'll call you if we have anything for you.
That's it? That's my interview?
Well, you just aren't Hooters material, Rhonda.
So what you're telling me is that you've made a decision based entirely upon my appearance. What is it about me that you don't think makes the grade? Are my breasts too small?
No, they look like C cups to me. You meet our minimum requirement there. But there's more to being a Hooters server than having big breasts. Look at these tight shorts. I can't believe that you could greet people in this outfit and feel confident.
I happen to have a nice ass. Yes, I could do that outfit justice. You have failed to see me as a person and are judging me on my looks instead of my skill.
Hey, wait a minute. You're that Channel 2 news guy.
You must be mistaken. I'm a young, unemployed waitress with an ample bosom.
You're Rod Decker. The news must not pay very well if you're trying this hard to be a Hooters girl.
There you have it. Hooters isn't your average eatery, and their employees aren't exactly run-of-the-mill either. I tried to gain employment, but apparently I just didn't stack up. The scenery here will rival the majestic mountains of the Wasatch Front. Join us again as I go undercover in search of more titillating stories. This is Rod Decker, KUTV News.
Did you have some emails of interest?
I
you
have an
wanted to-
email of interest here. I think it's of great interest. It says it's an email of interest right in the
Well,
subject line.
now see, that's the problem that I have with it is that the writer has determined it's of interest, and we are the ones who determine if it is of interest.
I look through. I think it is.
Okay. Email of interest.
And it came to us via Radio from Hell at x96.com. Anyone can send us an email of interest. There's another one here. It's not so interesting. But this one, an email of interest. It says, Dear, good morning, lords and ladies. Given these silly times, I've taken it upon myself to take Bill's advice of turning to the Great British Baking Show for solace, and I can't recommend it more. I also couldn't help but find correlations of my unknowing best friends, Radio from Hell, with the show, Great British Baking Show. So there are correlations. First one, number one, Bill. Bill equals Paul Hollywood. Not much of a surprise there, but all candidates are clearly over the moon with the guy. You see why it's an email of interest, of course. Any hint of approval, especially the Paul Hollywood handshake, is very reminiscent of Bill's Once Upon a Time. I'll give you a hearty handshake, a firm handshake. Bring candidates and viewers alike to tears. We all just want Bill to accept us, and it's a high bar. Number two, Gina equals Prue. Now, Prue is the lovely older woman who's Paul Hollywood's co-host and baker.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. Prue, obviously, she urges the candidates on, encourages them to reach their highest potential, but will still question certain missteps. She smooths out Paul's rough edges when she feels that the candidate is upset and just makes everything okay. Gina makes everything feel okay, but is not hesitant to step in when something isn't right. Just like Prue.
Nice.
And number three, Carrie, equals Noel. He keeps everything moving. He cuts in at exactly the right time and keeps everyone's morale up. He's clearly an improv pro and lets no innuendo be unaddressed. Carrie is an absolute genius, it says here. I've been listening to Radio from Hell addictively since 1998, and I cannot imagine life without you guys.
Aw.
Love, Tawny.
Nice.
That's nice.
Email of interest. Thank you, Tawny.
Because on this day in
Oh, wait.
19...
I'm supposed to say that.
Oh.
Because on this day...
In 1959, Paritz Bernstein was born.
Okay.
Who later changed his name to Perry Farrell, like peripheral. Get it? It's a play on words.
I didn't know that until just now. Didn't ever occur to me.
Mm-hmm.
And probably doesn't occur to most people.
No. It's a way homer. Perry Farrell gave you a way homer there for...
I was just looking at a picture of Perry Farrell on his Wikipedia page,
Mm-hmm.
and he's not wearing a shirt,
Mm-hmm.
and he's holding a bottle of champagne and singing,
Mm-hmm.
an open bottle of champagne.
He's celebrating something.
Well, and
Clearly,
I remember when I saw Jane's Addiction at the old Dirt Palace,
Mm-hmm.
which is, what was it really called? The
at the fairground? It
yeah,
was the fairgrounds, wasn't it?
No, there was a name for that arena. We called it the Dirt Palace, but it was the Stockyard, or what is it?
I can't remember. Someone will know. Text it to us,
text us.
33986.
And that's where the Jane's Addiction was playing. And I think there was a stage I remember it was a stage, they'd set up a stage in the middle, and then people were all around. And you could be, and I was on the floor, and I took a friend of mine, a woman, who was not really into that kind of music, and she was just stunned by what was going on.
Oh, it was just the Coliseum, the State Fairgrounds Coliseum.
Yeah, it was just called the Coliseum, that building. They used to do cattle auctions in it.
Yeah, it was a dirt palace.
Yeah.
It was.
And but Perry Farrell drank champagne out of the bottle continually while the performance was going on, and he was good. He did a great job. I mean,
And Primus opened up for them. Do you remember that? I mean, I know we've had Primus here a million times, but
I don't remember that because, well, I've seen Primus
a million
times. Yeah, so I don't know.
That's our heritage right there, Bill. That concert you were mentioning.
I
And
have
that song.
2 Jane's Addiction T-shirts that are really good quality T-shirts, and one of them has the album cover for Nothing's Shocking on it, and the other has the album cover for Ritual de lo Habitual.
And
on
they're
it.
both
And
nasty.
I can't wear either one of them. My wife
They're
refuses
both
to be
nasty.
seen with me if I wear either one of them. I said
They're naked people on
yeah.
both of them.
Yes, and every
Well, one's
once
blow-up dolls. One's naked blow-up dolls.
every once in a while, we're going to go to a party at her family's house, and I take the shirt out and say, "What do you think, huh?" No, no, you can't
I
wear
feel like you got in trouble for wearing that somewhere too. Like not with your wife, but like, oh, you can't wear that here.
I don't remember. It's possible. I've been in trouble a lot of times. so.
I remember when the not Nothing Shocking, the other one, Ritual de la Habitual, because there's male nudity on that. It's cartoon male nudity, but it's and I remember it being an issue when the CD was for sale in Salt Lake, that they would put stickers over the offending appendages. And I kind of think they released an alternate cover. I'm going to look that up right now.
Now, you said that those are blow-up dolls on...
Aren't they blow-up dolls?
I didn't think they were, but maybe they are. And there's a song, I think it's on that album. It's Jane's Addiction, and they do Jane Says.
According to our chat room, they are not blow-up dolls.
Yeah,
oh, sorry if you hear the drilling.
They're sisters.
It's a sculpture of his girlfriend.
A sculpture.
That's
so I
right.
knew it wasn't real people. I knew it was.
And they look quite realistic. But it was his girlfriend, and it's it's twins essentially, and their heads are on fire, which is really cool. How could that be cool? Women with their heads on fire, Bill. I don't know. It just is.
Yeah, that's why I thought they were blow-up dolls, because I knew it was not like real people, because they're attached, like at the shoulder. It's like a...
Mm-hmm.
It's like
they look real. And I think he did the sculpture. He's an immensely talented guy, and he's the one who put together Lollapalooza. The very first Lollapalooza was put together by, and I think he may still run it.
Let's see. Jane's Addiction released their second studio album, Ritual de la Habitual, August 21st, 1990. Perry Farrell created the original album cover that included male and female nudity. Let's see. Conservative record stores here in Utah and political action groups tried to pressure Warner Brothers into changing the artwork, but the band wouldn't allow it. Oh, okay. Now I remember this story. The compromise was met that allowed production of the original version as well as an amendment version, which contained an alternate cover who found the original cover offensive. And it had the parental advisory on it.
I was just thinking about Jane Says. Man, I like that song.
It's a great song.
Jane Says, I'm through with Sergio.
The acoustic live version of that is really good. And it's...
If you're not familiar with Jane's Addiction, go back and discover particularly those first two albums. And then Porno for Pyros, that's the next band Perry Farrell did. They were okay.
I like Pets. Pets is a good song.
And
we'll make great.
I didn't know this. So he's created Lollapalooza, and then Kiddapalooza, and then Purim Palooza.
Because he's Jewish.
Yeah. It celebrate the Jewish holiday of Purim. It was a concert for all ages, presented different Jewish musical groups. It took place in Ruby Sky in San Francisco and featured bands Moshav, Chutzpah, and Matisyahu.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
So anyway, Perry Farrell.
That's one of our classic artists, classic songs.
A pioneer.
A pioneer of alternative music. And Todd's been sticking. You may hear been caught stealing somewhere else on the station later in the afternoon. It's one of those songs that I bet pops up once in a while. He's been putting in some older classic stuff, which is kind of fun.
I'm still waiting for Wooden Tops, Todd. Wooden Tops doing a cut from their famous album Wooden Foot Cops on the Highway.
I'm sure maybe, Bill, if you believe, dreams do come true.
Okay.
If you just believe hard enough.
I will. Let's see. Well, we got news and Boner Fight coming up.
Wellness check coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to check and see if I'm well.
I hope you are.
Okay. After
Thanks,
this.
Katie. To advocacy. We were talking about them earlier about how they've helped friends of the program who've been injured in accidents. A few of you have called. You were injured in an accident. It wasn't your fault. You had some medical bills. And you called the advocates, 801-355-5550.
It can really turn your life upside down if you're involved in an accident, and particularly one where you're injured. There's a lot of property damage. So you deserve an advocate. You can call 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You won't get a gatekeeper or a secretary or not that there's anything wrong with the secretaries at the advocates, but it goes right to an attorney, and you can start discussing your case immediately, and they won't charge you anything unless they take your case and get you a settlement.
Now, you might not need the advocate services right now, but it's a good time to maybe start following them on social media. You could win things. They do giveaways every month, and then you also have a connection to them for if you do need their help in the future.
801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh, my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
He
Tell a
got
joke.
court. He's got
Tell a-
court.
tell a joke. Yeah, tell a
how do you
joke.
make a Kleenex dance?
You put a little boogie in it.
You blow a little boogie in it.
Oh, yeah.
You asked for
So
it.
I asked, but I asked you for a joke, not
That's
that.
a joke.
Not really. And I only
You
know
tell
that.
a joke. Do you have a joke like that? If somebody says, "Tell me a joke, Bill," you have one that just comes to mind instantly. You don't. Have
A joke that comes. None of them are clean. I can't tell any of the ones that come to mind instantly because they would get us thrown off the air immediately.
How do you catch a unique rabbit?
I don't know.
Unique up on it. How do you catch a tame one? The tame way.
Do the tame thing.
Yeah.
That's.
I have some dumb jokes.
Yes,
They're
you
not
sure
funny.
do. You sure do.
You want to hear the joke I told Adam Levine when we interviewed him a million years ago before Maroon 5 was famous?
Okay.
There's a red ship and a blue ship.
Why are
And they
you
were-
telling him this joke, by the way?
You'll
Under
see.
what circumstance?
We were interviewing them, and it was, and they.
Well,
so
I've
they used to
interviewed a
be-
lot of people, and I don't usually tell them jokes.
They used to be a band called Kara's Flowers, which was an alternative band that I think we maybe sort of played a little bit.
Okay.
And they decided they wanted to be a more poppy top 40 band, so they changed their name to Maroon 5. And we were interviewing them about that. And I said, I have a joke for you.
Okay.
There's a red ship and a blue ship, and they ran into each other. What happened to the sailors? They were marooned. They were.
Okay. Here's
He
my
didn't like
favorite
it
joke.
either. He didn't
Here's
like
my
it.
favorite
Dumb
joke
but
of
beautiful,
all time.
Gina. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is my favorite joke of all time.
What?
Did you hear about the old man who fell into a lens grinding machine? He made a spectacle of himself.
That's a good joke.
And a visual joke I really like is, what's this? And you make your finger go wiggling. What's this? You say,
I don't know.
I don't know
What's
either,
that?
but there it goes again. And then you say, what's this?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but here's a bunch of them. All right.
What's this?
I don't know.
Superman flying over a nudist colony.
Oh, see, you can't do that. That's dirty. You're gonna get us thrown off the air.
We should do a bona fide and a few stories before we do that.
Okay, you want to sponsor it?
I do. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
Fans of Hollywood are fighting back. Reports that nobody cares about the Oscars, and in particular, the categories that don't feature A-list celebrities, appear to be greatly exaggerated, some say. A new one-poll survey of 1,000 Americans suggests this. According to the poll, 3/4 of respondents intend to watch, or this was taken before the Academy Awards, intend to watch the ceremony. In fact, more than half said they're already planning to watch as many of the nominated films as possible beforehand. Only 1 in 7, 13%, claim to be actively disinterested. And
That's you. You're actively disinterested.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No?
No, I watched a little bit of it this year, but I need to go to bed. You know, I get up too damned early.
I
If they had
know.
it on a Saturday night, I'd probably stay up and watch
I have
the whole
said the
thing.
same thing.
Just 23% were willing to call the Oscars overrated. In contrast, twice as many respondents, 40%, agree that the Academy Awards are, quote, a great way to recognize filmmakers whose work wouldn't otherwise be able to compete with billion-dollar blockbusters. So what they're saying is, yes, the movies that are represented in the Academy Awards are not these huge, the superhero movies or anything like that, which would undoubtedly get them more viewers for the ceremonies if they were nominated. But there are lots of quality films, and it's not. And I don't mean this to disparage the superhero blockbuster movies. They are very entertaining, and they have their place, and they're very entertaining, and a lot of people like them. But movies like Coda or Power of the Dog, smaller, quieter movies, they deserve recognition because a lot of work goes into those.
And Coda actually was the first Sundance film, to win Best Picture. That's kind of a big deal, too.
Now, 34% of the people surveyed say they feel that the nominations don't reflect the tastes of everyday people, which I think is a good thing. In fact, a similar percentage of those polled agree that Spider-Man No Way Home should have gotten more than a single nomination that it received for visual effects. There's a fix for that, too. If the Academy Awards, they could do a sort of a different category of film for Best Picture. They could do 2 different categories, and I don't know exactly.
What would you call it?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how you would divide it up, but you'd...
Quiet films and loud films.
Maybe.
The best loud.
Maybe so. I mean, something like that. Let's see, some other stuff. Phil Collins and Genesis had their last concert ever, and because Phil needed to sit down for a while.
I don't think he stood up for all
No,
of he was
he didn't
sitting
stand
the
up
whole
for any
time.
of it. Yeah, he's been dealing with health issues. He was joined by keyboardist Tony Banks and guitarist Mike Rutherford to make the announcement, this will be the last show we ever do, this one right here. The band had been touring after a 14-year hiatus. Collins, who was 71, talked about the nerve damage in his hands. Well, he didn't at the concert, but he has talked about it.
Mhm.
And he has said he can't really drum anymore. His son Nick filled in on the drums. The band performed 23 songs, and Phil, really what he did was just sing. He started out as the drummer for Genesis, and then somebody made the mistake of telling him he could sing.
Well, so he was the drummer when Peter Gabriel was the singer. And then when Peter Gabriel left, I think they auditioned some people and they just kept coming back to I don't think Phil Collins wanted to be the singer for Genesis. It really did just sort of, well, I guess Phil can do it.
Yep.
He's,
He knows the songs.
yeah.
Let's see. Utah, the Utah library system are seeing more and more people calling for books to be banned.
You
It
know, you
seems
can
to
just
be-
not check them out. You don't have to.
Well,
Why do
but-
we have to
but-
ban the books?
Well, because they're there, and people, unsuspecting people, may check them out and read them, and then it'll change their lives in ways that make them go live with the devil. That's what
none
it
of
is.
your business.
Parents United recommends calling the police to report books that you think are bad for people.
I would say, first of all, be glad your kids are reading books.
Even
I
if they
don't
are
know-
dirty books.
I don't know how many kids are even reading books anymore. Be glad they're reading.
Vladimir Putin was handed a handwritten note from Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Will
the
you
note
get out
said-
of my country? Check
No.
box yes
No,
or
it-
box no.
No, it just said, and that you can spell that like BZPPPZZZ. He gets it with an exclamation point. He knows he's been given the raspberry. The Supreme Court is going to weigh in on a California law that wants to address cruelty to animals by requiring that pork sold in California come from breeding pigs housed in spaces that allow them to move around freely. If you've seen how, and there are some pig farms here in Utah, if you've seen how God knows I love pork. But if you've seen how they do this, these pigs are in these tight, constricted pens, and they just fatten them up and then kill them. They never move anywhere. They live in their own waste. It's an awful
gotta be a
existence
better way, yeah.
for these animals. Now, I don't know. I think it is somewhat better if you want to eat meat and animals, that they at least have led a pleasant life up until the point you slit their throats.
I think there's something to that.
Pork. Now, I don't know if the Christiansen farm is still out in the Tooele County. I forget where Vernon, Utah. Christiansen, he and his family raise pigs, and I've been out there. That they get to roam around, and the kids, pet them and have a nice time, and the pigs have a nice time. The chickens are free range out there, and so there's something to be said for that. And then
It
they are
says
humanely-
Christiansen's family farm in Fairfield.
Okay, I guess, yeah, Fairfield. I thought it was Vernon.
Beef, pork, lamb in natural stress-free environment.
Yep.
That's what you're talking about.
Yep, and you can, if you look it up online, you can go out there and buy stuff. And I think They have a program where they will do deliveries too. At certain times, they'll deliver a big.
You can
packet
order
of-
online.
Yeah, there you go. And finally, this story. Anyway, the California wants to make that a law, or has. The Supreme Court is going to weigh in on it and go, nah. My guess is the Supreme Court will say, well, you can't do that. They're just pigs. And then finally, this, I think, is really fascinating. A biomedical engineer whose name I can't pronounce at the University of something in Geneva, Switzerland, watched his computer with amazement as an experiment that he had spent years on revealed itself. A 34-year-old paralyzed man lay on his back in the laboratory. His head was connected to a cable, by a cable to a computer. A synthetic voice pronounced letters in German, EAD. The patient had been diagnosed a few years earlier with ALS, which leads to the progressive degeneration of brain cells. The man had lost the ability to move, even his eyeballs. So a lot of times people who have ALS, they lose all ability to move except for their eyes, and that's how they can communicate. Essentially it's blink, one for yes, two for no.
Yeah.
But there are other ways to do it. They can blink their eyes to use the alphabet. And, but this guy couldn't even do that, but he was hooked up to this computer, and he was able to form, painstakingly, but do it, words and even sentences.
Really?
Yeah. Because his brain was plugged into a computer.
That's crazy.
So he was thinking the letters. He couldn't do words, apparently, but he could think the letters to spell the words.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
We're on our way. We're on our way to not even needing brains. We can
Not
just
even
have,
needing brains?
No. They'll just be able to, if let's say you don't want your brain anymore, they can just put some circuits in there,
But I'm not me if I don't have my brain, Bill. Who am I if I don't have my brain?
So maybe you don't want your brain anymore, Gina. All right, that's it.
And now it's time for Boner of the Day.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okie dokie, the winner from round one. Okie dokie. I'm trying to humanize the show here, folks.
Thank you.
Holy mackerel. Okie dokie.
Gosh,
Gee
darn it.
whiz. Boner candidate number one from the 7 o'clock hour was, this demonstrates extremely, very bad, really poor judgment. A man in central Michigan, a student, was arrested after walking into a party which he knew was being thrown by police officers and walking up to a female police officer and exposing himself.
This is a man who wanted to be arrested for some reason.
I guess. That's Boner candidate number one. Going up against Boner candidate number two. Listen, school litter boxes are catering to kids who self-identify as kitty cats. That's just going too far in this permissive society.
It's not a thing.
Nebraska lawmaker Bruce Bosselman apologizes for believing that to be true and spreading the rumor. That's Boner candidate number two.
And it's time to call and vote for your boner. 877-602-9696. Our fine interns in the production booth will answer your call and take your vote. You can also do it via text if you're more comfortable with that. 33986 is the text line for you. Just put the digit 1 or 2 in the subject line for that. Or you can go to our website, x96.com. You can vote right on the internet where all the lies and fake news are. Maybe you're there trying to debunk the kitty litter story your own self. You can vote right online there.
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on
They're
37.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile.
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on 3rd South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that. I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that. And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
Sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it a
was
guy?
Kind of a hipster.
Or was it
a
a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, I didn't know what to think. He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
There you got court.
Okay, we're waiting for a funny drop because if you go right to us, we're not going to do anything funny. We can't possibly think of anything that would be funny. So
I'm sorry.
You know what would even be better is just about 90 seconds of silence, probably, and then we just come on and do what we do.
It's time to award the boner of the day.
Yes, indeed. I'm waiting for the results here. And the boner of the day is brought to you in part by udon noodles with pork and cabbage. Well-treated pork, by the way.
You're sure about that?
Yeah, it said on the package, actually. It did.
Okay, good. And do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
There's the result. And, yeah. So the guy who exposed himself, he got some votes.
Yeah.
But not enough. The winner, decisive winner, was the Nebraska politician who thought
State
that it was
senator.
true. Yeah,
I
state
think.
senator.
Yeah.
Thought that it was true that schools were putting litter boxes in the restrooms to accommodate those children who identified as cats.
I could maybe see one of his constituents coming up to him saying, "Have you heard about this? It's a real thing," and him going, "I haven't. Let me look into it." He clearly didn't look into it because a simple Google search would show you that this is not.
Let me
not
pretend
a thing.
that I'm a state senator and you're a constituent, and you come and say that to me. Come on,
Senator, have you
Yes.
heard about this horrible thing? This
What?
schools are putting kitty litter boxes in the bathroom for kids that identify as cats. You've got to do something about this.
Get out of my office. That's how I would deal with that. All right. That was sort of political, wasn't it?
Mark that down.
I'll tack a minute onto there.
You know what's not political is when we have our wellness check, courtesy of Nightingale College.
And it's not political. A good nutrition is never, it should never be a political issue. We have someone new joining us on the radio today. Elena, that's right, isn't it? Elena Wood.
The following is a sponsored feature.
How are you, Elena?
Hi there. How's everyone doing this morning?
Doing well, but we asked you first.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I am also doing well. Thanks for checking in.
So you work with Nightingale College, and you are a corporate wellness specialist, a personal trainer, and you are certified to what does it mean, precision nutrition coach? What does that mean?
So Precision Nutrition is an organization. So I certified through their organization, and so my certification is Precision Nutrition coach.
And it says that you are a yoga instructor, 500 hours worth of yoga instruction. There's a lovely picture of you sitting on some. Were you really, when you had your photo taken in San Francisco by the Golden Gate Bridge?
I really was. Yep. That was not photoshopped. I was really there.
It's a great
But you're
picture.
local with us here now in Utah.
That's correct. I'm living in Utah County.
And you're going to help walk us through some advice on nutrition right now, correct?
That is the plan. Yeah.
Then do it.
Deal. So I recognize that nutrition can be quite complex. There's so much information out there, and it can be really hard to tell what's true and what's not.
Yeah.
So overall, the best nutrition plan for you is based on your individual needs, your likes, your dislikes, your cultural heritage, and any food allergies or intolerances you might have, and many other individual factors. So that being said, there are some very basic guidelines, such as those provided by myplate.gov, and they recommend filling half of your plate with fruits and vegetables, a quarter of the plate with protein, and then a final quarter of the plate with grains.
And is that no
I
matter
like
what?
to-
No matter what meal, every meal should be set up that same way.
That is recommended for 3 meals a day for most adults. Yes.
Is it, now, that sounds simple.
It does.
So why is it so hard?
I think part of it is so hard because we aren't set up to really eat that way for most of our meals. We don't necessarily have on hand enough fruits and vegetables to fill half of our plate regularly. We don't necessarily have hearty grains and healthy proteins just around the house ready to eat. It takes effort before you even start planning your meals in order to fill that plate.
That really is true. Like grains, for instance. I find that I really like grains like bulgur wheat, and then I forget what it's called. It's little round pellets of grain. They're
like
chewy.
that you make a salad with.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Buckwheat, things like that. But you have to prepare it. You have to boil it and get it so that it's edible. And people hate going to that kind of effort, don't they?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. And, you know, for some people, they find a really great routine where they build that into, maybe they spend a couple of hours on a Sunday or a Saturday doing some meal prep, and that works great for them. And some people would rather do it in the moment or buy things that are a little bit more pre-prepared for them that they can just pop in the microwave or throw in the oven. And, you know, I think both are okay. A big piece of good nutrition is, like I already mentioned, what works for you. If you're feeling super stressed out about trying to do meal prep or feeling like there are forbidden foods that you can't eat, then is it really worth it at the end of the day? You know, is your nutrition plan really helping you be healthy if it's causing you so much distress? And like I said, you've got to find that balance of planning healthy meals and also being able to live a happy and productive life, so you're not spending your whole day in the kitchen preparing your buckwheat or whatever it might be.
Now, I see that you mentioned this. You can go to myplate.gov for more information. And is there another website to go to, the Nightingale College website, for instance?
Yes, there definitely is. So if you want to check out some more resources as well as learn more about Nightingale College, their website is nightingale.edu.
All right, nice to meet you, and we'll have you on again, I'm sure, in the future. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks. It's nice to meet you all, too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Get your grains, Bill.
I can't.
You got to soak your grains.
I can't remember that grain that I like in salad and stuff.
Oh. We'll do a search for grains, and we'll
Okay.
come back and report back right after this.
Radio from Hell here with...
I like your shirt, by the way. New shirt?
No.
What?
Old shirt.
You never wear it, though.
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't know.
It's a nice shirt.
I don't wear it very often.
Well, you should.
Okay. Great.
I gave you a compliment.
Then maybe I will. I will wear it as often as I ever do, which is not often. It's a shirt that I bought. I remember exactly when I bought this shirt. It's when there was an Old Navy over here on 4th South. Over there
Where
on 4th
Trader
South.
Joe's is going to be.
Yeah. There was an Old Navy there, and I went in there one day, and they had this big pile of shirts on the floor. I'm not kidding, as Old Navy does sometimes. And they said all of the shirts in this pile are $1.20. I'm not kidding. $1.20, and I thought, this shirt being $1.20, that's a negative money.
Yeah. It costs more than that to...
Yeah, there's more material in this shirt. There's more little, Vietnamese or Singaporean child finger blood in this shirt from sewing the buttons on. And so I bought it for $1.20 off the floor at the Old Navy.
You would not think that.
It's not. It's just a dumb shirt.
You should have kept the receipt in the pocket. My sister bought a coat
But we
once.
never do a 120 time check, Gina. So.
My sister bought a coat once that was on sale, and it ended up being $7, and she kept the receipt in the pocket so that anytime anybody said, I like that coat.
Her sister, Minnie Pearl.
No, Mikkel.
Just to
I
prove?
like that coat. She'd say, $7. No, it's not. I have the receipt. She kept it in the pocket.
right there. Right
$7 coat.
That is the see again. That's the kind of thing that the Barbary girls are interested in.
$7? I don't believe that was $7.
But you could have a debate with some other people about the political situation in Tibet or the existence of God. But when you're debating with the Barbary girls, it's whether Bill Murray is going to go crashing parties and how much the coat cost. Is she the good-looking one?
They are all good-looking.
No, they are not.
They are. All of my sisters are good.
Lolita!
Certainly not. All right, let's get this over with.
One is better looking than the others.
No, they are all good.
It's that one that's really
Yeah,
good looking,
yeah.
and then there's
Why
there's
you
an
guys do this?
there's an okay one, and
I
then
get
there's
phone
that other
calls
one.
every time you do this.
Which one is he talking about?
They know.
Yeah,
They know.
all. I'm surprised they call. All they have to do is look in the mirror.
Yeah, you
It's
knew.
me, isn't
All
it?
they
Come
have
on.
to do is look at a family photo, Gina. They'll all point to the good-looking one.
All the Barberry girls know. They know who the good-looking one is. It's true.
So we're not making these things up.
Oh, we were doing our wellness check.
Yeah.
And talking about how healthy grains are important, and Bill was having a hard time thinking of the grain that he likes.
There's one grain that I really like that you don't have very often. It's kind of chewy. Can't remember what it is.
Well, Bill, I found a list.
Well, people love lists, that's for sure.
Found a list of 20 grain salads, and perhaps in one of these
might jog my memory.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, mark this segment down as a political segment. So keep track of what we're talking about here.
It's not political.
I have bulgur salad with radicchio, herbs, and walnuts.
No, that's not it.
No?
No.
Tabbouleh?
No, I don't care for tabbouleh.
Oh.
Really?
Farro? Is it farro?
Oh, maybe.
It might be farro. I have a warm farro salad with asparagus, peas, and feta.
Now, that sounds really good. I think it's farro.
It could be farro. What about whole grain spelt?
I'm not familiar with spelt.
Rye. I have a rye berry salad here.
Only in whiskey. Only in whiskey.
No.
Mm.
Let's see.
Hmm?
Now they're saying couscous. Now couscous isn't a grain. Couscous
Yeah, it
is
is.
pasta.
No, it's not.
It's not pasta?
No, it's a little grainy kind of thing.
I thought there were little tiny pasta
No.
balls. What are
Couscous is a North African dish of small steamed granulates of rolled durum wheat, semolina, that is traditionally served with a stew spooned on top.
There you go.
I just always
It's
thought that
wheat.
was like a pasta. Quinoa? Is it quinoa?
No. Quinoa's okay, but but I'm not great with it.
Black rice?
Like it, love it, love
Yeah?
black rice. Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, I think it's farro.
Oh,
I'm still on
okay.
farro.
Okay. Wheat berry?
No.
No?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. We're just out of these 20 salads involving grains, they're just using these same few grains I've mentioned. So
Oh, I see. So
I
it's
think
just
we've gotten
variations.
to the yeah.
Now I've got a list of 20 simple sauces that would probably improve any one of those.
Added to a
Yeah.
You could. Well, I wish we had time. Unfortunately, we do have time, but I wish we had time to talk about a grain salad.
Actually,
I think
we
you
don't.
should.
It's
you should,
farro. I know
okay.
it's farro. Is there a picture of the pharaoh?
Yeah.
Or is there a King Tut was a pharaoh, wasn't he?
It's different kind of.
Oh.
Different kind of pharaoh. Buckwheat? Is it buckwheat?
No, it's not. What does the pharaoh look like?
It's a grain. I don't describe.
F-A-R-R.
F-A-R-R-O. By the way, if our new consultant's listening, he's just loving this.
I bet.
I'm sure.
It's not masculine enough. Oh yeah, I'm looking at it.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's pharaoh.
It's pharaoh. I am glad we got to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I like pharaoh.
Grain mystery.
It's kind of like it's kind of chewy, and I get you could probably cook it longer and longer that it's not so chewy. But I like it to have some tooth in it.
I think you owe it to yourself to prepare yourself a farro salad today, Bill.
I think I might. I think we have some. I might do that. You got to boil the hell out of it.
See, that's a pain.
15
This
to
is why
20
you need to
minutes.
go to a restaurant that just does it for you.
Oh, there's different kinds of farro. There's pearled farro and semi-pearled farro. But it is tender and chewy, it says here. So that's what I like. Don't let it
Okay.
get mushy. All right.
I think you need to do that.
You know what I like too? I like wild rice, which I think isn't really rice. It's like bits of rice, and then it's got some grains and stuff in it. I love that. Just
Get
with
your
butter.
grain salad today, Bill.
I'm gonna.
So we haven't heard back from Kerry, so I'm guessing he's still moving forward with jury duty.
I'm trying to find his last jury update. I'm in group 1 waiting for the judge and the attorneys. So he's in group 1. I think that was the last update we got.
Oh, has he been texting in, or is he?
He was in the chat room for a little bit. He stopped in, but
Well, he got caught. I think they said, "Sir, Mr. Jackson, whoever you are."
Yeah, it was about 30 minutes ago, and then
Get
he
out of
hasn't
that
signed
chat
in
room.
since. So
Because here's the problem: if he actually manages to get on the jury, we could lose him for days, weeks. What if it's the Jen Shaw trial and it goes on for months? What if it's that?
Well, then I would suggest that we split his salary between us. That's what
We'll
I
have to
would.
think of some more jokes that we can tell when we're returning from commercials. So there's a funny there.
Yeah. Gina and Bill's joke corner.
Come over here to the corner.
Yeah.
We'll tell you a joke.
All right. Let's do the promo and go.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Bill's had it up to here with today.
No, not up to there, but up to here. Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45 in the a.m., it's Things That Must Go. Of course, you have things to bitch about, things you want out of your life for good. So send them to us at radiofromhell@x96.com, and we will make an effort to help.
But stick around because there'll be more for Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96. I'm Bill Allred. Have a nice day.
Is that going to be your new sign-off? No, you can't change your stuff.
No, it's not.
And we'll see if Carrie's with us tomorrow or not. I don't know.
Or if he's at the meeting that we have coming up.
Oh, he won't be at the meeting.
Well, we'll see.
I'm sure we won't. We'll take notes for the meeting. If we won't, Katie will. Katie always takes notes. She has multicolored pens. She probably has a specific color. Seriously, Katie
Go to
is the most.
x96.com/live. You can see how organized Katie is.
It's color coded. There are graphs.
She's so organized that I think she probably gets lost in the organization from time to time. No?
Nope. She knows.
All right.
We trust her. We rely on her. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Cameron Diaz. Thank you, Miriam, for all your help today. And if Kerry were here, he'd say, live long and prosper, bitches.
And I would say, if I were here, don't you know who I am?
And I would say, I guess it's farro, Bill. So go make you a farro salad.
Okay.
Marcy is next.